Alright, I am here. I am back. Got my tea ready. Hello, and welcome. Sorry. And welcome to the Shadowverse Sunday. Hello, Millie, and hello, Gaiden. Lovely to see you. Yes, cute things do need to be shady. I think because this is the Thank you. But yeah, because this is the manga you said you were talking about the other day, that we were chatting about the other day, wasn't it, Millie? Yeah. And I hope whatever you choose to do with your day. Yep. It's hard work translation things, that's why I don't do anything. Do it. Because I can't be bothered to learn it. I'm just gonna say I'm a bit off-centered. That's better. Yeah, sure. Yeah, just throw it at me on Discord or whatever. I'd be happy to give it a glance. This is endorsed by my good friend Millie. I'm sorry, I haven't had a chance. I've only just made the tea. I haven't had a chance to have any for it's a bit sore, especially because I also just finished. I got a bit distracted, and I didn't have dinner until too late now. Like, did not have time to do all the through all arts and whatever. But yes, not much. It was exactly that earlier conversation, Millie. It was indeed what we were talking about on Discord, but possibly topics that I'm gonna be, if you try and bring up on stream, I'm gonna be too embarrassed about. It's okay. I'm very careful with my tea cadence in a much less spillable container these days, so. I mean, it's not like I try and I like deliberately work on my stream being like family friendly or say so or whatever. I'm just shy. I'm just like, I'm not gonna stop. I mean, look at the kind of art I've gotten in the background. It's like, I'm assuming everyone here is an adult. I'm very open about being like over 30, so. If you're underage in here, I'm going to just be like, no, don't. I know, Millie. I know what I'll. But yeah. I mean, I can't stop it now. It's already. Yeah, it's. I don't really know what to say that. Yeah, just don't reveal that you're possibly under the age of 18. Don't let me know. Otherwise, you will be killed on the spot. But anyway, exactly. I can only. No, not you two. Just general degeneracy talking, nothing really specific. Just an old friend of mine. Okay, thank you. So. In terms of not other things that aren't me getting distracted talking to old friends, I've been not much happened since last instance. It was only yesterday last stream actually. I'm not used. I keep getting as I had a stream yesterday morning. That was nice. I liked having a stream in the morning. I did like not get enough sleep beforehand, and whilst it was fine for the stream, I did spend the entire afternoon asleep. I just like completely. So I need to avoid if I'm gonna stream in the morning, I do need to actually sleep beforehand. But other than that, my God, Millie, you're actually sleeping like a normal person. So that means you won't be able to catch me on Monday morning, on Saturday morning streams. I'm not doing Monday morning streams. That would be a terrible idea. But, exactly. Does work out pretty well. We forgot what I was going to say. Oh yeah, just yeah, not much happening in the world of Go. I've got some exciting stuff that I'll announce at the end of the stream. Well, I've got an idea that might be exciting that I'm gonna announce at the end of the stream. That may or may not be a consistent thing. You gotta go for it. I'm like at least very adamant that I'll always wake up at the same time. Like I always have an alarm set for 8:30 in the morning. So I've got the alarm set on my iPhone that I don't keep next to my bed because I just keep it next to my computer because all I use it for is the GTS tracking. And so yeah, every day 8:30 I'm out of bed. I have to be out of bed to turn the alarm off. And then if I didn't sleep that well, I'll have a nap later in the day. But I'll always wake up at the same time each day. And that's generally kept me pretty good and healthy. Even though, like, I've actually, like, not been, like, drifting away from all my, like, usual daily gacha stuff. Like, I haven't played... I know, okay, and I know there's all the streamers, all the American, Japanese streamers you want to watch. It's okay, you have me streaming at EU-friendly times. Guaranteed. But no, I know, you can't watch all the VTubers. It is a sad fact of life, especially when you are one. Because you're like, oh, I want to watch this person streaming, but I'm streaming now. Shit. I didn't think about this. Yep. Is it I only ever watch VODs for, like, the big JP streamers, because, again, most of them... I mean, like, frequently they're online when I'm away, but also I just don't... I prefer watching the whole thing just in the background and being able to pause it and all the stuff, rather than watching it live. I only watch... It's like, for live streams, I want to watch friends and people I can actually interact with. Like, other English-speaking VTubers, so I can be like, hey... Like, it's also networking, because then they know who I am, and they're like... And they see my streams, are like, oh, I know that person, they're in my chat sometimes, and then friendships happen. Magic. Gotta chat to people to get people. Yes, that's because you're in... I don't understand how you can... Yeah, exactly. If it's not like you, like if I'm watching like a hololive streamer, it's like it's not like I can chat and be heard anyway. Or if I'm watching like a really big streamer, it's like the chat's also just going to get lost in all the text, even if they are REN. I don't get how people watch more than one stream at a time. I have to be very focused on my attention in that regard. I mean, I can play like a kind of grindy bit in like Final Fantasy 14 or whatever, something wrote, and watch a stream, but I can't like watch two streams at the same time. But I really need to watch. What's yeah, that's the classic. That's just American ISPs, though. Thankfully, I don't have to deal with bandwidth limiting over here in my sad island. They're just like, please no. We can't stop you, but we would rather you didn't. I had a big faff with sorting out ISPs recently, where like I was sold a upgrade deal to get similar speeds to what I had already, but cheaper. They're just like, please no, we know you're just being silly. You're just being a little excessive. But yeah, I got so in like December last year, so not too long ago. Yeah, it was stress testing. You're allowed to do a little stress testing. It's fine. Because in December last year, I got sold this deal. They were basically, I just called up and they said, definitely intended, definitely what they were planned for. But yeah, I was like, they just phoned me up saying, oh, we've got you. So I was moving from it involved like moving from one company to a different company that was their parent company anyway, so it's basically the same ISP anyways. And they're just like, oh yeah, we'll be all effortless, all smooth, you just need to set up the new router or whatever, and you won't have to do anything. And it turns out that was a fucking lie, because not only did they not transfer over my direct debit without telling me, they didn't, I got charged for a part of the deal that was supposed to be free, and also because the direct debit didn't get transferred over, I still ended up accidentally paying 2 months to the old company, and not having paid the bills to the new company. Admittedly, I probably should have double-checked this when I noticed I was still getting charged, but it was Christmas, I was busy. And I was told it would be no hassle, no fuss. The only thing I had to do was install the new router. But, yeah, and I basically had to do a whole load of faff to try to get everything sorted out. And I ended up having to pay... I managed to have a bunch of the false charges cancelled because those were entirely in error, because the deal was supposed to be have a bunch of free stuff. The free stuff I wasn't even using. It was it came with a really shitty internet phone. So and I'm like, that would be great, but it takes up a LAN port on the router. It doesn't even use the phone line. It uses the router. And the router's only got 4 sockets, and I use all of them because I have my PC, my Switch, my PS4, and then there's the one it has to be actually connected to. Whatever. There might be a spare slot, I haven't actually checked. But anyway, I couldn't be bothered to install this phone that I was never going to use. Because who uses you only really use a landline if you've actually needed a business line or something. And yeah, I'd been charged for this handset that I wasn't supposed to be charged for. And yeah, it's if it was a proper landline, I might have installed it, but it's not a proper landline. It was just a phone through the internet. It just used the internet line. But yeah, it was £100 I got charged for this handset that I was led to believe was free. And then when I phoned them up, they said, no, we don't know. The company I'd been moved to said, no, we don't give those handsets for free. And then when their superior or mentor reviewed the call for training purposes, as they do, she was like, no, that handset definitely should have been free. So I got the handset charge revoked. And then I phoned up the old company saying, look, I was told this would be flawless, but you've charged me 2 months for the direct debit. And then they were like, no. Yeah, saved by the review indeed. Because well, the thing is, I was actually going to get a refund. I did actually wrangle it by getting a refund by getting a return sorted. I'd arranged for a return, and they said, okay, we'll refund you when you get the return processed, and we'll send you a bag that's got a free post on it. And then they got the call that said, no, that phone should have been free, you get to keep it. So now I've just got this useless handset and this free post-return bag. They're not useless, but it's just, I can't be bothered to use it. And then when I phoned the own company because I wanted to get I was like, you've charged me these 2 months, can I get that back? They just said no, because reasons. There's oh, we didn't actually say, we weren't actually notified of a cancellation, so it's not actually gone through properly. And I was kind of like, I'd been really stressed out, so I kind of thought I'd leave it a few weeks before I actually challenged that, because I talked to my mom, who's very good with like money and stuff. She's worked with an accountant before or whatever. And yeah, I went back to, and I was psyching myself up, like, okay, when I'm feeling less stressed out and less stuff, I'll call them and try and get my money back. There's just a couple of days ago, I get a fucking check in the mail from them from the amount I paid extra. So I didn't have to do anything. So I wonder if they got a review going on, or maybe they'd been like getting in trouble for doing these transfers really badly, because apparently, like, when I phoned the company I'm now on, they'd said, yeah, we've had this. When the review call came in, they said, yeah, we've had a lot of mistakes happening with transfers from this company to this company. So that's all sorted out now. I just need to fucking mail a check to my online-only bank. I'm a digital rabbit. I can't use a physical bank. I have to, like, I can only use entirely online ones. You have to send a bloody check over to them to get my money back finally. So that'll so unfortunately won't be as instant as when is. This is show them me on the phone. This is now But yeah, so that's all. Well, they'll be like, oh no, we can't be publicly called out by famous VTuber Kurosami VT. It's like, I am a VTuber. You will regret this. Anyway, so that's the main event that's happened between the last time I was online and before. But it's probably a good time to swap on over to actually looking at some cards. It's supposed to be a Shadowverse stream after all. So let's just whoosh over. I think I'd probably be in a bit of a hot. I think there's enough people. Like, there's a big enough company that's. If only. Imagine if we had such power. Imagine if I had the power to destroy Elon Musk. What a world that would be. Anyway. Let's move on to this screen. I've realized now that, of course, this is not going to have any background music. And I can't really didn't think this through. And if I boot up Shadowverse in the background, I can just use the menu music. Yes. Only. So pop that up. Okay, so the Shadowverse running will hide that. Have that on the back for the background music. So, time for those who don't know Shadowverse, like with every set, for a few years now they've done this thing where for every set they add a few more cards to it, like 2 months into the set cycle. Like they release a set every 3 months, and 2 months in they basically add 2 cards to each class, 1 legendary and 1 gold, and they just add that to the already existing packs, and they give you a limited time when you can like draw whether you can get packs that are like have a higher chance of getting the new cards or whatever. And I don't really, like, it's usually kind of a useful thing because it lets them just tweak things for a particular set a bit. Sometimes it's a bit, I don't know how of course the inner workings all go, but sometimes they're highly impactful, sometimes they're not. That's just the way of card sets, I guess. So this is, hang on, that's not actually got the Shadowverse. Yeah, that's just card games in general, but it's like you don't usually. Yeah, exactly. Sorry, I just need to put the... Realize I don't actually have the Shadowverse add sound. Okay, now we've got some background sound to go. So this is the mini expansion for the newest, for the set Eightfold Abyss Asphalt. And it's got I think this mini expansion is going to be really quite impactful. It's quite a lot of very interesting cards. And it's like they've revealed all the cards so far now, so... And so I'm just going to go through them. Yeah, school festivals. That is definitely something you see a lot. Lot of. Speaking of festivals, this has nothing to do with festivals, really, I guess. So the first card, I'm just going through them as they're listed on the site, so we start with Forestcraft. The first legendary card added is Umeria Serene Goddess. These are 2 play point 1/2, 3/4 on Evo, with Drain, and a very interesting way to it. So a fanfare gives you a leader effect, which is basically like a permanent, well, not usually permanent, but sometimes not permanent, but just like an effect on your leader that's like not tied to anything on the board or in your hand or whatever. So if you play Magic the Gathering, it's kind of like emblems. Is a good way to think about them. And the effect she gives is once on each of your turns. And after you become able to evolve, when an allied fairy comes into play, give it Storm, and it doesn't stack. Obviously, it wouldn't really particularly useful to stack because giving something Storm twice doesn't actually do anything. But usually, leader effects don't stack unless some specific ones do. But so the interesting thing is it's once you become able to evolve, so that's turn 4 when you're going second and turn 5 when you're going first. But it also means you can play this on turn 2, and you'll still get that leader effect. It just won't come into effect until the turns you can start evolving. It doesn't seem to care about if you have actual Evo points to spend, so even late in the game it should still give your fairy Storm. And also, if you've had allied Forest followers left play, which is a fairly common Forestcraft quest condition these days. I think people usually call them quests because that's very similar to how things worked in Hearthstone. But these are usually tied to the specific cards rather than being a card you have to play and then build those effects later to get a reward. This is just once you've done this condition, suddenly get a lot of benefits on a lot of your cards because you've put them into your deck. And she just evolved. She just evos for free, which is alright. She only gets stats on Evo, nothing particularly special, but a 3/4 rush drain for 2 is pretty good. So that makes her just a solid, good. Makes it so it's a less useless card when you have her later, when you've probably already played one for the effect. And then you've just got this extra little cheap one. And it's I don't have the full card list up there. Yeah, it just makes it so she can help keep you alive into the late game, so it's not a useless. So basically, the second one isn't a particularly dead card because a 2 play point 1/2 with Drain and that's it is kind of a bit iffy. But not really a card you'd want to keep in your deck, but if it evolves for free, that's good, because also that's also getting any triggers you have on Evo, which Forest does actually have a few of those, and just in general, they have a few useful things that are tied to Evo. There's one of the cards they revealed for this Mini-expac is also an Evo synergy card, so that'll come up later as well. Evo Forest becomes a thing, which Evo Forest also usually relies on this condition as well. Then she'll definitely be in that, and the fairy thing will probably might just also be a nice bonus because there is a few Evo-based effects that do also summon fairies. She's good with Nobilis, who obviously makes your fairies into 2/1s, which is nice. That just adds a little extra damage. The Yeah, Yu-Gi-Oh! Brick repeatedly. That sounds like Yu-Gi-Oh! Indeed. But yeah, like the main burst this adds is with, of course, Shining Valkyrie. Yeah. Don't worry, in Shadowverse turn 3, late game turn 3 is only in unlimited format. In rotation, you actually go to like turn 7 or 8. But sorry, I need to drink some water. So like the main obvious synergy is with Shining Valkyrie, because obviously she's a storm follower. That's a storm follower that likes you having fairies in your hand because it makes her stronger. And since when she evos, she summons a fairy and evolves it. That sudden evolved fairy now has storm, so it's actually quite powerful. So that adds a lot of damage. Just having this leader effect makes even a Shining Valkyrie that you play, even if you don't have any fairies in hand, very strong. But talking of fairies, the next card, the gold card, is another. Right, this is kind of like an upgrade of I think it was. I'm pretty sure it's a basic fairy card called Fairy Guidance. Also, for anyone who is unfamiliar with Shadowcraft, fairies are just like one playpoint cards that usually go straight into your hand. Some cards summon them automatically, but a lot of forest cards just put these into your hand, and you can do combos and stuff with them. But oh no, that's the I heard something that sounded like clicking. But yeah, cheap fodder for doing the thing, and Forest likes putting followers in play, pop followers leaving play, bouncing followers, and having high playpoint cards. And this is a card that Guidance of the Wise is basically a better Fairy Guidance, because Fairy Guidance is a is Fairy Guidance? I'll have to check when I actually boot up the game, because I think Fairy Guidance is a 2 playpoint spell. It might be a 1. I think no, Fairy Guidance is a 1 playpoint spell that just puts 2 fairies into your hand. This is a 1 playpoint spell that puts 2 fairies into your hand, but if you've had 10 followers leave play this match, it also heals you for 1, which is alright. Forest doesn't really have on-heal triggers like Havencraft does, so just a kind of extra bonus, but also recovers a play point, so it's effectively free, which is, again, very good for getting your cards played count up, just doing what Forest does, which is play a lot of cards in this. So I'll think this card in any deck that reliably gets to that condition pretty easily. So most fairy-based decks and the like will probably want to run this card. And even combo decks and the stuff. It's not going to be run. It's unlikely it's going to be. It's possible it gets run in Hoizumi Forest, but Hoizumi Forest is probably also dead because of the Garurul nerf. The Garurul nerf probably more hurts unlimited Hoizumi Forest rather than rotation. It hurts rotation of Hoizumi Forest a lot, but it I think it was a nerf mainly aimed at unlimited. Like most of the nerfs, because all the bans were also or unlimited bans only. The cards wanted things. So I can talk about those later. Okay, now we move on to the Swordcraft Legendary, which is another interesting one. So on first blush, it's a 1/1 for 1, which obviously isn't particularly interesting. That's worse stats than a goblin, but she is a commander, which is of course relevant for a lot of Swordcraft cards. She triggers a lot of abilities. Very useful. That's good for just getting your commander count up for stuff like Royal Fortress Sword, and also good for just playing onto the Royal Fortress, because you can pilot it because she's a commander. She can't be so on base. She can't be attacked, which is pretty useful-ish. There's a lot of board-based removal these days. That's very useful against stuff like test subject rune, which has very little in the way of like indirect damage. It mostly just uses very efficient followers to trade with other followers, and can't really interact with, can't be attacked until like until they play stuff like Olivia and Sylvia, which is basically one of their only forms of like actually doing damage. But what's interesting is the fanfare. So fanfare enhanced 6, which means you can play it for 6 play points instead of the usual cost of 1, which gains 2/2, which isn't a lot. But she also gains the effect where she can't be targeted by enemy effects, which makes her even more harder to deal with. And then destroys all other followers. So she's a board clear, which is like a hard board clear is not something Forest Swordcraft has really had before. Like, it has a lot of it has quite a few good board clears in the form of like damage-based board clears. But obviously, if something is resistant to damage or just has a shitload of defense and the damage isn't enough to clear it, then like a hard board wipe can be quite useful. So I don't know if she'll be played that much. Like 6 play points is still a lot just for getting a sticky follower, but like if there's a form of Swordcraft, like a more control-oriented Swordcraft that needs a board wipe, then here she is. Yeah, like the untouched and is just like annoying. Like being untargeted and untargetable and unattackable means she can then only be cleared by, say, like her actually attacking into something, or board-wide damage, or randomly targeted damage. Obviously, that can be a lot of annoying to certain specific decks. Might not be. Okay, I usually play Millie. I usually play like just like tempo board, yeah, mostly tempo decks really. Like, I like just playing stuff on curve, getting good value, and trading and getting efficient trades usually. Nice simple game plans. I do occasionally play combo, but only combos that don't like take 500 years to actually play, so they tend to not be as good. But yeah, there is a combo deck that I do like playing, though I don't know if that's going to still be played at all, but I'll probably still play it. It's not great, but it's a very funny combo. 500 years combo. Oh, DDD. I think I don't remember what that does, but I definitely remember hearing about that a long time ago. Because I haven't like touched Yu-Gi-Oh in many years. But I didn't play it when I was a wee bunny, first coming out. Yeah, just summon all the things in all of the ways. Nice. So the other card, like, again, I'm not entirely. Yeah, that's just Yu-Gi-Oh decks in general from what I hear. It's just like, oh, I'm going to do something. Oh no, I've been countered. I guess I die. Just have to have enough. You have to negate their negate, and then they negate your negate, and then you negate their negate. Like, there is something that you miss in stuff like Shadowverse, like not being able to interact on your opponent's turn. You just have to kind of like set up what you anticipate, really. Now, you activated my. It's not even like, because like in the first cases, it wasn't usually just even. It was just like trap cards and stuff. But then they start doing like all the cards you can like exile from your hand to do effects. So that's basically instants. Yeah. And your opponent's saying, "I am going to start special summoning things," and you go Maxi, and then you draw your deck. I don't actually like Maxi is the only thing I only know about it because people talk about that a lot. But the Swordcraft moving on to God. So the Swordcraft Gold is a fairly simple card. It's a 3 play point 3/3, which is just general good on stats. 3-3-3. Everyone loves a 3-3-3. There's a commander, another commander, which again good for Royal Fortress Sword. But he's got a bit more. He might not see that much play in Royal Fortress Sword because he likes seeing officers come into play, where it's just like so there's a 3-3 ward, which is nice, and whenever an allied officer follower comes into play, he gives it Storm. So, which is pretty nice. Like at 3 play points, that does limit the kind of things you can. Yeah, that's one of the main things that stop me from playing Yu-Gi-Oh! Is like it just gets a bit too like Shadowverse does have a lot of wordy cards on it, but because it's entirely digital, the cards are all automated. So the reason the cards are super wordy is so that there's no like ambiguity, which is something I don't like when I played Hearthstone for a bit. Is a lot of the cards, because they try and fit the rules text onto a very small space on the card itself, they have very simplified explanations for what the card does, which doesn't give you all the information, and you kind of have to... Yeah, so you can kind of like say, okay, that's a lot of words, but... So I can't remember if there's a particularly wordy card in this set, so if you come across them, I can kind of like explain that. But there are some famously wordy cards in Shadowverse, but it's usually just because they do a bunch of random effects usually, and it's still not as wildly random as Hearthstone is. Like even the biggest RNG cards in Shadowverse, which I think at this point is basically just Wielder of the Cosmos, still nothing like say Yogg-Saron in Hearthstone or whatever. But yeah, so this guy, he likes seeing, he just gives Officer Storm, which is I suppose playing online Yu-Gi-Oh! Because it then automates a bunch of like stuff in Duel Masters, that's a bit better because then it does automate a lot of the things, but I still just remember when you're actually playing the physical card game and you're just squinting at these really, really, really tiny words trying to figure out. But that's the big thing, is like when it automates things, it's very easy for you to accidentally like miss a trigger or whatever. There's a similar problem I found with playing Magic the Gathering on MTG Arena. It's just like, oh, how it handles this trigger is not how I would handle it. Mostly because MTG then No, I never played with pendulum stuff. Please don't make me think about pendulum cards. I saw a pendulum card once and it gave me a migraine. But yeah, no. Avant Lord. Here in Shadowverse we just have Avant Lord. He's a simple card. He likes seeing officers come into play because he makes them have Storm so they can hit face. And when you evolve him, he summons 2 knights, which are obviously officers, so they get Storm, which is just kind of nice. At 3 play points, he's kind of awkward. There's not a lot you can like play alongside him for extra value. I think what kind of... Because there's like some like strong officers that have a like a play point refund effect, but then you're playing them before this guy, so he doesn't give them Storm because they have to come in after him. So at best, he's just like a threat that I'd imagine his threat's more about if he sticks on the field, he'll be a real big problem. But I don't see him actually like you playing like a combo turn where you play this guy and then you play a really strong office or a bunch of officers on the board and do a load of damage. Mostly the main thing he'll probably be giving Storm is just the knights he summons, and maybe a couple of cheap extra chip damage from some other cheap officers you play as well. I might still see, but still like summoning 2 knights on Evo is still like pretty good. Summoning 2/1/1 Storms on Evo basically is pretty good and like helps you with rally, helps you with a lot of stuff. So in a kind of like, I can see him being played in kind of like a rally-ish deck, but not in like either maybe Commander Sword, but definitely not Loot Sword. I don't think Loot Sword would want to run this guy. He doesn't advance loot in any he doesn't like generate any kind of loot cards. And that's fine. Loot Sword is already way too strong, so it doesn't really need any new cards. Neither of these cards help Loot Sword in any way, and that's good because it's one of the top 3 decks, so it doesn't need any more support. Next is a weird one. This is a weird card. This is Bipartite Elemental. It is a 5 play point, 5/5. A Runecraft. On fanfare, it just destroys an enemy follower and spell boosts the cards in your hand, which is fairly simple. Ooh, and you're like, okay, so it's a weird hard removal that you would never play in spell boost. But then the evolve effect is what makes this card. Like the fanfare and the body is kind of like, okay, sure. But the evolve effect is what it's mainly there for, which is basically copies a spell boosted card, including the amount of times it's been spell boosted. So if you have a card that's spell boosted 5 times, it copies that card, and the new card will also be spell boosted 5 times. So basically, which is really strong. Like that makes a lot of spell boost decks really consistent, and I imagine this card would be quite scary because there's a lot of very strong spell boosted payoffs like Semail and Kuon and all the other stuff. It's Raining Blades. I mean, no, I feel pretty sure about them. I mean, according to Twitch, people only found me by Senpai and Tsundere somehow. But I have proven that I am smart and cute, and many other things, but there's a limit to how many tags I can have on Twitch. Yeah. The main sticking point about this card is that it is just a 5 play point 5/5, and that's a bit clunky for a card to put into Spell Boost Runecraft, because that usually wants things that are a bit more cheaper, a bit more mana efficient, because it doesn't refund you any play points, so it will determine if having that evolve effect is worth it. Thank you, Millie. Good to see I've got people in my corner. But, yeah, so, like, I think it's likely this card sees a lot of play in Spell Boost Rune, but it also might not, just because it is just a bit too... Like, so the Tsundere tag is entirely because... I mean, you definitely, Millie. We've known each other a long time. So you wouldn't see the Sun side, perhaps, but it's like the Tsundere Senpai tag is entirely a bit of a joke. It is a bit towards Caden. Caden gets a bit of the Sun side. Caden and other chat members, just not friends I've known for over a decade, perhaps. But also, like, it's entirely because another VTuber called Clauvio was just, like, asked for random people, saying, hey, dump your PNGs and I'll give you some anime archetypes on stream. And she labeled me as a mild tsundere and senpai. So I put those in my tags, and apparently that's led to discoveries, so I'm keeping them. And of course is based. I would never say anything wrong and untrue or incorrect. I am perfectly justified and morally correct in everything I do. It's why I have the good characters tag. I see, Millie. I see. But yeah. So... Oh no, what have I done? What have I awakened in, really? But, right, the Runecraft Gold, yeah, hasn't been put on the site, so it's one of these tags. Oh, here it is. I mean, yes, there is a high concentration tsundere. You can see a lot of. There's very different levels of tsundere across lots of anime and visual novels and everything. Well, I can't talk about that conversation on stream, Millie. I'll get banned. This one's kind of an annoying one to do when you don't have like the cards to link because it refers to a bunch of other cards. So the gold spell is a definite. This is a card for Earthfright Rune because that's the one that generates and consumes stacks. Yeah, that pretty much sums up the conversation. It's okay. Look, as I've advanced more into the VTuber life, I'm just meeting so many Fujoshis. It's just there's a lot of them. A lot of them in this space. You don't even know. Actually, you probably do know. Yeah, I'll probably have to come back to this one just when I'm in the, all too well indeed, maybe. On this one, just to explain what the fuck Ultimate Clay Golem is. But the problem is when you're playing this card, especially in Dirt Rune, you probably don't care about the Ultimate Clay Golem. It doesn't really do much for Dirt Rune in itself. What you want to do is wait until until you fulfill the condition of using up 7 Earthright stacks. Then it summons a Genesis Dragon. No, yeah, I don't try and play into it deliberately, but I'm like, yeah, some people have said so I guess I'll fit it in. And like I have actually been, as I said, to some people, the people I've known for a really long time, like Millie, they might not realize it, but like a lot of like friends I've known before have also described me as tsundere. So like not like a lot, but occasionally enough that when hey Zen, you showed me the condolences, Baka. Ah, if only I could be so grossly bioresonant. Thing is, I want to do shuffle up the stream and the tags a bit, but I don't have enough space, and I don't know what I want to get rid of. So I'll have to think about that. But yeah, back on my previous train of thought. This is the Genesis Dragon is basically, it's a big storm. It's like a 7/10 Dragoncraft card that has storm. So this kind of is like to fill in the gap left by the fucking Superior Contractor. That's the card name. The Superior Contractor that rotated out. It's not as good as Superior Contractor. Here, no one gets to see, like, I mean, you get to see thighs in the schedule and on the opening screen. You get to see the thighs drawn by the lovely Ishmi, and then everyone. Lots of people have drawn my thighs. It's just there's not enough space on the screen to usually have them on display. But yeah, this is just basically giving Dirt Rune back its big damage storm payoff, but in a slightly more balanced form because it's not one play point anymore, so you don't have to worry about them playing 3 Superior Contractors in a single turn and just blowing you up out of nowhere, which was annoying, especially because the 1/1 storm part of Superior Contractor could quite easily get rid of like your usual ways of stopping burst damage and the like, which is like just having a damage shield. But yeah, we'll see if this is enough to bring Dirt Rune back. Like, it definitely make Dirt Rune playable again, because right now Dirt Rune is just completely useless. It can't actually kill anyone. So this gives it back the kill power it lost, so very much a needed card. Will it be enough? I don't know. It's hard to compete. I think it'll be hard pressed to compete against Test Subject and Spell Boost Rune. I think that's what I think. I think Maybe if Dirt Rune comes back in another set, this will definitely see a lot of play, but I don't know if this is enough to bring Dirt Rune back by itself. It might need some more cards. Go back to the main page. Now we get to look at the Dragoncraft card, which is Giselle Ocean Star. 6 play point 2/4, which seems a bit absurd, but then you realize she has the ability that during your turn, whenever an allied amulet that originally costs 5 play points come into play, change the cost of her to 3. So that means when she's in your hand. So it doesn't activate if she's in your deck, if you're wondering. And I'm not sure what I think about this card, because see, when you get her down to 3, that's when you get the she's actually worth playing, because otherwise she's not really worth playing. Even activating the fanfare is she randomly activates 2 of the following effects, and I don't know if that means that she can't activate one effect more than once, because if she can activate this, I think it does mean she can't double up. But if she can double up, then this card I don't like, because it's got a lot of variance to it. She can summon an Eternal Whale, which we'll get back to in a second, recover 2 play points, draw 3 cards, on heal 4. And she does 2 of those things. Well, in this case, like, drawing 6 would usually just mean a lot of... because you have a hand cap of 10, drawing 6 would mean you'd probably burn some. But yeah, I think that she probably can't double up, just because it would be a bit too variant, especially because an Eternal Whale, by the way, is a 5/7 ward, which is already a bit absurd. And if she summons 2 of those, that's even more absurd. Then you remember that Eternal Whale, when it comes into play, it deals 2 damage to the enemy leader. And when it leaves play, you put 4 1 play point Eternal Whales into your deck. When Eternal Whale wasn't just a token, like Eternal Whale was a card in rotation previously. That's why I said 6 play point 5/7. Which is already we're kind of nuts on the stats wise, but that's what Dragon gets. Dragon gets beefy followers because it's the ramp class. Dale's been being very annoying. But yeah, because there used to be a deck built all around this, where you'd get your whales out as soon as possible, get a whale out as soon as possible, get it killed so that it shuffles a bunch into your deck, and then there was a card you could play. Yeah, Dragoncraft is very much the class of big boys, big dragons, or fish. There's a lot of fish in Dragoncraft. It's dragons and fish. Sea creatures are dragon adjacent, I guess. I guess generally anything scaly, I guess. But yeah, there's a very annoying deck that would basically get whales into your deck, and then you can play a... Yeah, it definitely fits into the category. I don't even think it works. There was a card that could destroy cards of a certain cost that were in your deck. So you'd have your Eternal Whales, and then all other cards in your deck would be cards that could be destroyed by this one card you played, or cards that drew cards. So you'd play your whale, get your whales into your deck, then you'd play the guy that burns out all the other cards in your deck. So your deck is just whales, and you just keep playing whales and drawing cards and playing whales, and your whales just keep being like 1 play point, and you just overwhelm your opponent with whales, because it doesn't even matter if the whales survive, because you're dealing 2 damage to your opponent's board, to your opponent's face every time you play a whale. So eventually you do wear things down. Of course, so obviously you can't really... Sorry, I went back to the card, went back to Giselle. So with Giselle, you have a random chance of getting this very annoying card just in play for 3 play points. So I'm just like, that's situationally really annoying and I don't like it. But on the other hand, amulets that cost 5 play points on their base cost are pretty rare. Like, there's not a lot of them in Dragon Ball. Like, I think of current amulets in rotation that you'd actually want to play. There's Terra Finis from the Bahama. That's a 7 play point amulet. It's also a 7 play point amulet that refunds you 6 play points because that's how the Baja stuff works. And Sacred Springs Dragon, because that summons a 5 play point amulet, whilst it's not a 5 play point amulet itself. I think there is one more amulet that was recently used. I don't think it's really seen play. But, yeah, so I don't know. So I think like, she'll probably see play in more control-y dragons. So I think you'll probably see play in Ultimate Baja Dragon, because that's a card that plays Terra Finis. It's an amulet it likes to play, and it might play Sacred Springs Dragon as well, and maybe the other amulet that I've completely forgotten. Wait, no, I know what the other amulet is because it's the next card, which is a 7 play point amulet that synergizes with the legendary. It's Dragon's Queen's Castle. Shock or they printed a card to work well with the card that didn't have that much support. So on Fanfare it summons 2 Otohimi's Vanguards, which aren't like particularly spicy, they're just 2/1 rushes. So that's mostly just to make the thing. So yeah, whenever you play a Dragoncraft Fuller with Fanfare effects, excluding choose and targeted effects, repeat them once. So that means it does work with Giselle, because none of these effects are choose or targeted. Because she doesn't... So you don't pick a target for them. So basically anything that you'd have to manually activate, you'd manually have to say, okay, pick that target, or I have to pick this card. It won't double up, because otherwise the game will go really weird. So that's probably got a few other synergies as well, but I'm trying to... I don't really... Like, it doesn't work with Armed Dragon. Armed Dragon has nothing that really enjoys this. Yeah, it is a bit random. Like, I think it probably... If it's popping twice, then it probably can double up. But, again, you're also... The thing about this is you're paying 7 to play this, and all it's giving you... All you get on that turn is 2/1 rushes, which on turn 7 is pretty slow. Like, these don't have any fanfare, so they don't get the benefit. It is literally just a 2/1 rushes. So it's a powerful effect, but you do have to wait a bit. Obviously, what you can do is play this. Once you get 10 play points, you can play this and Giselle. Like, there are other use and Giselle on the same turn. So you'd probably play this again in a control deck that's ramping a lot and stuff that has fanfares that work with this, because there are some quite powerful fanfares that would work with this. You wouldn't play this with Discard Dragon, because repeating all the discard and draw effects that deck has, you would instantly deck yourself. Just playing this, if you play this and then Luminore, you just die. You just kill yourself. Because you draw like 8 cards off every effect. And you just like, oh, hello, Mr. Reaper. Nice seeing you. So I don't know if this will see play, just because it is such a 4 loss on curve. You can, again, wait until you have 10 play points, play this and then play this and Giselle, and you'll probably get a fairly good board. It's like, when I'm in the game proper, I can like look through other cards that it might be also useful to have with. Like, a lot of the more recent cards, like the Condemned Dragoncraft cards, don't really care too much about this. Apart from the one that does damage, I guess. But, yeah, these are very much cards that were 2 cards that were built with each other in mind. And they might, like, make more, amulets to play alongside it. So next we have the return of Serdowan, the fan-favorite popular Shadowcraft character. There's a 7 play point 6/6. Playpoint recovery, it depends on the class. So I'd say Dragoncraft actually has quite a lot of it. But there's also there's a neutral package. Like, it depends on the class and the archetype. There's a lot of stuff that does, and there's some that doesn't, and kind of a bit everywhere. But there's a lot of Dragoncraft cards that refund play points. But they can do these really big, because they'll usually have a really expensive card that's like 8 play points, but it refunds 5 play points, and then you're there. It's not like everywhere. Some decks have it a lot, like there is a neutral archetype built around it, and there's a Portalcraft deck that we'll get to because the new cards affect it. That also, like, Portalcraft is the other card that has like a lot of play point refunding in some form or another. It usually has it in some form of archetype or another. But yeah, so we have Serduin, who is a 7 play point 6/8, so pricey, especially in Shadowcraft that doesn't have ramp. Obviously, Electrocraft does. 7 play point 6/6. With a long, we'll get back to the Crystallize in a second. She's 6/6 ward, and she has Fanfare, Reanimate 10 that excludes herself, and activate the summoned follower's Fanfare effects, which is different. So Reanimate, for those not aware of Shadowverse, Reanimate 10 means you summon the highest cost card that is 10 play points or less that has been destroyed. Highest cost allied card that is 10 play points or less that's been destroyed this match. That's basically destroyed, not discarded. So Shadowcraft doesn't really have discard effects. It has Burial Rite, which is where it puts a version of that card that has all its effects stripped away onto the field and then instantly destroys it, which basically is a good way to get things into your reanimate pool. And they usually get bonus effects on it as well, which is nice. But usually some things that summon things by an effect, like reanimate, don't trigger fanfare effects. But Serduin does. Again, doesn't include choose or targeted effects. It's like, I don't know if she'll be played for that, because again, that's pretty high cost. I don't know if I can't remember if there's any like 10 drops or other high cost drops that really have powerful fanfares in Shadowcraft right now. Like, there's like, in terms of good reanimate targets, there's the Abyssal Colonel, which is just a 6/6 Storm ward with Last Words for healing as well, which is just a good value card. But there might be other cards that I'll have to have a look when we get into the game proper. I'll leave this up on my screen. But she also has this handy Crystallize, which is where you play the card as an amulet, basically. There's Crystallize 1, so it's cheap for 1 play point, with Countdown 8. And she has a Burial Rite on it, where she deals 2 damage to a random enemy follower and draws a card. So, because you're Burial Riting, you're still -1, so it's not quite a cycle, but you could probably get something. So, it does that, but the thing is, when you perform Burial Rite, you subtract 1 from the countdown, which includes I'm pretty sure it includes the fanfare. So it's basically unless you don't Burial Rite with it on fanfare, because you just don't have the board space or you don't have a follower in hand to discard to Burial Rite. It's effectively countdown 7, and then will probably pop fairly quickly if you're running a Burial Rite heavy deck. And then it's just Last Words Reanimate 4. So again, the highest cost card that's 4. One of the highest cost cards that's 4 or under. So if you have multiple cards of that cost, then it'll just randomly pick one of them. Which is just 1 play point for a speedy reanimate 4. I'm trying to think what 4 play point cards would be the best reanimate target in a Burial Rite deck, and nothing's really coming to me. So I'll have to have a look at the actual Shadowcraft cards when we come to them later. Come to them into the game proper. Like, it's possibly this is a card that works well with those. A 3 play point rather than 4 play points, so might be a bit harder to guarantee. But it's a it's a pretty solid card, Soul Sniper, 3 play point 3/2, which is slightly under this. Carrot. Nice, nice, nice. Good luck, good luck. It's a fairly simple card, whereas when this follower comes into play, deals 1 damage to all enemies, so that hits the enemy board and their face, which is nice. And if it's silent on effect, deal 2 damage instead. So, as I said, you want to. This is a card you want to. As like the main way that Shadowcraft like summons followers with an effect is of course reanimate. So you want to have reanimate effects that reanimate this. You kind of reanimate this and just be aggressive because you get to clear the board and deal face damage whilst reanimating this a bunch of times. So, as I said, because it's not a 4 cost, it's harder to guarantee because then you don't have to. If you want to guarantee reanimating this with Serdwin, you have to not have any 4 cost Shadowcraft not have any 4 cost followers, and not have any other 3 cost followers. So it's a bit awkward. But I'll have to see how many reanimate effects, but I know there's the one lady who reanimates a bunch of stuff because she's like reanimate 1, reanimate 2, on Evo, reanimate 3, and she gives them a bunch of effects. And the third reanimate that turn is like Storm, so that again helps this card be really aggressive. So this will definitely be powerful on that in some kind of like very aggro based, a very aggressive Shadowcraft deck. Because I don't know what the rest of the deck will be built around. So not that much to say on it, like just a useful card if there ends up being decks that reanimate 3 a lot, then very useful. And also just useful to have just as a early game board clear helps deal with lots of wide early boards. A lot of boards these days are kind of like 2/2s though, so the like initial fanfare not so good, but the reanimated fanfare is pretty good. Clears out a lot of stuff in the current meta. Just that 2 damage to the board is very strong. And we have the Bloodcraft Legendary, which is Signa Sealed Madwolf, which is a 1 play point 0/2. It's not impressive. It has Ambush. Again, not impressive when he doesn't have an attack, but during your turn, she can't be evolved normally. She can only be evolved by effects. But when another allied follower evolves, she evolves. This is something a few other, like Mini Soul Devil, like Dancing Mini Soul Devil has this effect as well. Bloodcraft's had this effect a few times because they've had a lot of evolve synergies in the past. I think there's been a few cards that are like when another card evolves, evolve this as well. And because the important thing is when she's evolved, she gets a strike effect, which scroll down a bit, which is if allied followers have evolved at least 3 times this match, she deals 3 damage to all enemy followers. Then, if allied followers have evolved 7 times, you also deal 3 damage to the enemy leader. So this is like, again, this is basically a evolve. Very clearly evolve payoff for Bloodcraft, and like getting to 3 followers with this card is pretty easy because like when you actually have that effect active, you will at least have 2 followers evolved by that point. Because you'll evolve 1 follower, and that'll evolve Signa, and thusly you'll have 2. So if you've gotten 1 evolved previously, or say if you play 2 Signas, she's a 1 play point card, you can play her twice in 1 turn, and play another cheap card that you can evolve, that you can actually evolve manually, and then you get 3 evolves for 1 evolve, which is really good. So the ambush is pretty good because it means the ambush means you can set her up for a turn prior. So you can be like, I will play a Signa on this turn, and then next turn I will play another follower and evolve that. And then Signa will evolve because your opponent might not have been able to deal with her because she has ambush. So otherwise, if you didn't have ambush, they could just like bonk her for free, so you'd only be playing her on turns, you'd be getting her evolved anyway. Like, you'd probably be doing that most of the time anyway, but it's nice to have that option. But yeah, which does mean that like once you get to that 7 evo, well, even at 3 evos, that's really good because that's a 1 play point, deal 3 damage to the enemy board, which is pretty strong. That's a pretty good value. And then when you get to 7 evo, which 7 is like when Bloodcraft Evo Blood kicks off. They've got a lot of effects that start happening when they've had 7 evos in the game. Then she also becomes a very efficient burn spell because she deals 3 damage to the enemy leader's face. Obviously, what can be a bit of a problem is if she doesn't actually have anything to swing into, because she doesn't have Storm. She only has the rush effect from evolving. So if your opponent doesn't have a board and you play a Signa that turn and have her evolved, then she's not going to be able to do her damage. But your opponent probably will have a board. But if they don't, you're kind of like, oh no. But in this meta, there's a lot of board-based decks, so we'll have to see. But yeah. That's another reason why you might want to play her ambush, because you might want to play her and then go for the next turn. But if you're playing her that late, then your opponent probably is going to have some kind of board clear that can kill her even when she's ambushed, so a bit awkward, but like the general odds are you're going to have something to attack into for her to deal the damage. But again, it's something you can, if you're playing against Evo Blood, it's something you can play around, being like, okay, I won't actually play a board that they can attack into to reduce the damage I could take from Signa Sealed Madwolf. It's smart, see? We're earning that very smart tag. That's like a lot of things. There's a lot of strike effects of the meta that you kind of want to be wary of. And now this is an interesting one. This is a very interesting card for them to have put in. Scorching Grandiosity. It's a 1 play point spell. It puts a Flowers into your deck, then deals 3 damage to a random enemy follower and 1 damage to your leader. Hello, Escape. Welcome to the stream. Welcome. I'm just going through the mini expansion cards. Lovely to see you. Going to this one. So Flowers is an old Bloodcraft card that's kind of like been a bit infamous, especially being unlimited, because he has this invocation effect. And people who don't know Shadowverse, invocation is basically effects that can can be summoned from your deck. Now, you only get 1 invocation for 1 card, 1 like named card, so you can only have 1 Flowers invocation a turn. But if you have other invocations that can trigger at the same time in the same turn, you can have those trigger off as well. But you'll only get 1 Flowers invoked at one time, even if you have multiple in your deck. And Flowers' invocation trigger is, during your 3rd turn or later, when your leader takes damage, if it's the 4th time your leader has taken damage this turn, you get your Flowers, who's a 4/3, who's a 5/3, with Last Words, restore 3 HP, and if you evolve him, he restores 5 HP. So basically, he's a big free stat stick, and he's kind of become like the cornerstone of Bloodcraft in Unlimited, because it's very easy. Well, the nerf hasn't happened yet, so it still currently very is, but there's going to be a nerf that, well, not a nerf, but a ban. They're banning a very core card to Turbo Flowers Bloodcraft. Which is just Wrath Bloodcraft, but it just happens because Wrath is just if you've been damaged 7 times during your turn this game. Obviously, damaging yourself 4 times in a turn is in a single turn is very useful for that. So you'd be consistently getting this guy out on turn 3, and just overwhelming your opponent before they can even summon a board, really. And even if they deal with it, you're healing a lot of damage you've dealt to yourself. So he kind of like undoes the like self-ping damage of the archetype. So just seeing him come back, just kind of, because originally when he was first printed, he didn't have this during your 3rd turn or later clause. So that if you had like a bunch, and since Bloodcraft at the same time in rotation had a bunch of 0 playpoint cards that pinged your face for a small benefit, you could have a turn 1 Flowers. which was really bad. So he got nerfed pretty quickly. That's your history lesson. But yeah, so this is obviously less powerful because you don't start the game with the Flowers in your deck. You have to draw this card and then play it. And it's all right. I don't think it's going to be like majorly strong, but like it'll probably fit nicely into Wrath Blood because it's a 1 play point card that does a decent effect, a decent cost effect, and pings your leader, which is a thing Wrath Blood likes. It likes to have a cheap card that pings your leader pings your face to get your Wrath effects active, and also is just then, and the payoff for that is that it's a very cost-efficient card. So 1 play point for 3 random damage. For an enemy follower is pretty good. My tea's now cold enough to not too hot to drink, which is good because my throat was getting a bit sore. Very, very talky streams this when I'm just talking through cards. So kind of a simple deck. Like the Flowers is just kind of like a neat bonus to have in Wrath again. Oh, I need to really drink a lot of water, sorry. So probably we'll see play in Wrath Blood variants, because you can build Wrath in a lot of ways. Now we have this card, which is very cute. The Sacred Sheep is a 2/2, 2 play point Havencraft card. The 2 play point on basis is just a 2 play point 2/2 with Ward, which has some a very welcome effect for especially like control Haven effects. With an Enhance 5, she gives you a leader effect that at the end of your turn you get a damage shield. You get a shield that blocks 1 instance of damage, basically. And that triggers for the next 3 turns. So you'll get, which is really, really useful for a control-based Haven deck, because that was a kind of a problem that Control Haven is having right now, is that there's a lot of big burst, not even like combo decks, but some of them can. There are some OTK combos that even go beyond like increasing your max HP beyond 20 or whatever. So even like heal heavy decks haven't been able to really take a foothold. And this gives you that protection against those kind of burst combo decks. It doesn't gain any more stats, which I think is a bit awkward for a 5 play point card. But I think it's a powerful enough effect to be worth it if you're playing Control Haven. Definitely not used, like, but because she's a 2 play point 2/2 Ward, she can also be used in Crystallize Haven, because that means they care about followers that have 2 or less attack, and she has 2 or less attack and has Ward. So you only need to give her Storm, and she's set, basically. She's also got a handy little Evolve effect where she just banishes an enemy follower with 3 defense or less. Which is just nice. It's just solid. It's good removal. Not a hard banish, but just a banish 3 or less. It hits a lot of things. Just good removal. Banish is always good, especially in the current meta, because a lot of stuff has last words that are really quite nasty. So having more banishes is pretty good. And then we have the gold card, which is a 4 play point spell, which has whenever you play an amulet, you subtract 1 from the cost of the spell. So obviously mainly played in an amulet heavy deck. And it's a simple card that you deal damage to the enemy's board equal to the attack of one of your followers, basically. So just a nice little board clear that can quite, if you're playing an amulet heavy deck like Crystallize Haven, then can quite happily cost 0 and can like quite make that, if you've got something like a, it just gives you a nice board clear option, really. Just a solid card. Probably will just see playing Crystallize Haven, probably not other Haven archetypes, because I don't think well, there's only really Control Haven, and I don't think that Control like Heal Haven, and I don't think that would really care for a card like this, because that probably doesn't play enough amulets to discount the cost. it wouldn't really want to play it for 4, because it'd rather play other things. So yeah, just a nice board clear for Crystallized Haven, which has decent board clear already, but it's very conditional, so having something that's a little less conditional, that's just, do you have a follower with enough attack in play? Then it's, then yeah, pretty good, but not much to say about it, really. And this is an interesting card. This is the Portalcraft Legendary. There's a 2-play point, 2/1, who has an interesting new trait called All. This means that she has every single trait that is ever printed on a card in the game. So she is a Machina, she is an Artifact, she is Condemned, she is Natura, she is an Officer, she is a Commander, she is Festive, she is everything. If it refers to a trait, she has it. And that's really interesting. That makes a lot of... It just makes her a very versatile card that you can put into logs, especially versatile because she has all these enhance effects. So you can play on a lot of different costs to do a lot of different things. And obviously, she does more things the higher cost you play them, because it activates all the previous ones. So she comes with a 3, she destroys a random follower. At 4, she draws a card. At 5, she heals you for 2. At 6, she gives you 1 damage shield. And at 7, she gains Storm and auto-evolves. And obviously, she gains all the previous benefits from all the previous evolves. So if you play her for 7, she destroys a random enemy follower, draws a card, restores 2 defense to your leader, gives you a damage shield, and is a 4/3 Storm that's evolved. Which is pretty good. Obviously, the main thing she synergizes, she's obviously meant to be used for, you can see being used for in the initial use case is Condemned Portal, because she's a Condemned card, and she has an Enhance effect, which synergizes well with Cutthroat's ability. So she might actually make Condemned Portal actually a deck that's vaguely consistent, because now you have less cards that you have to Highlander into your deck, and she's a powerful set of enhances, which, since the Cutthroat's effect refunds your enhance costs, mostly. Then she's just a very powerful card in that, but can probably still fit into a lot of other decks. Like, not Artifact, because Artifact is dead. And there is an Artifact. The gold card is an Artifact card, but I don't think it's going to bring Artifact back right now. Not Puppets, because Puppet isn't a trait, it's a card name. And not Machina, because Machina wants a strong body to reanimate, effectively reanimate. And Judith is a 2/1, so not particularly useful there. But has lots, initially probably just for Condemned Portal, and might make that into at least, I don't know if it'll ever be a tier 1 deck, because the Highlander condition just makes it too inconsistent. Unless they, print enough Condemned cards that it makes it, the Highlander condition kind of pointless, and just makes it, a very monogamous deck, which will probably be a bit lame. I don't think they'll do that. I'd rather they didn't do that. But, yeah, but definitely has potential to be included in a lot of decks going forward. And might just be you just play it because, again, versatile, useful. Even if you don't care about the traits, it might just be, I would like a card I can play on every turn from 3 to 7. You wouldn't play this card on 2. Then it's just a 2/1, and that's a bit rubbish. Unless you're specifically, again, trying to trigger a trait-based effect. You'd probably want to save until she gets more value. Probably wouldn't... You'd wait until at least 4. Just so she cycles at the very least. 6 is probably the sweet spot. The Storm and Evo is just kind of, okay, that's pretty nice. But getting the damage shield, probably one of the better parts of it. And then, yeah, the Portalcraft Gold is a 2-play point spell that just is another set of enhances, though because it isn't a Condemned, you can only run one of it in Condemned Portal. So, whilst it is good in the deck, you can only run one of it. it's basically just summons more and more artifacts. So at 2 play points, it summons 1 analyzing artifact. It's just your standard 2/1 draw a card artifact. Radiant is 7. At 5, it summons the Keen Edge, which is a 3/4 rush drain, so that's quite good for healing up. And at 7, it summons a Radiant artifact, which is a 4/3 Storm. That also has the last words to either tutor an artifact if it's your turn, or if it's your opponent's turn, you draw a card. So it's a nice card, and if artifact becomes a thing again, it probably will be a thing there. And like you'll run one of it in Enhanced Portal at the very least. Well, your Condemned Enhanced Portal, and maybe run it in a board-based control deck. Maybe Destroy Portal might run it, but I'm not entirely sure. At the very least, worst, it's a it summons a 2/1 that cycles, which is fine. But yeah, just a neat card. Again, not much to say about it other than it's nice, it's good, it does all the things. Now we go on to there's 2 neutral legendaries, one of which isn't on the site yet, so I'll have to go to the other image I've got up here. But we'll go through the 2 ones that are actually on the site first. Well, the 2 cards that there's Angel of Chaos! 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 I can't do the Jack Chaos Man Garland voice, sorry. I am too nerdy and British for that. Yeah, so Angel of Chaos is a 6 play point 5/5 ward. With fanfare, transform the enemy follower into a fallen angel. If another allied effect has transformed a card in play this match, transform all enemy followers instead. And then also, if you have Rally 10, which is if you've had 10 followers enter the battlefield, 10 allied followers enter the battlefield this match, she gets to evolve, where she's a 7/7 with... Still has ward, she reduces damage taken by 1 and can attack 2 times per turn. It's pretty good. A Fallen Angel, by the way, is a 1/3 Rush Drain token. It was previously only made by one other card, which was a 4 play point spell, Fulcrum Grace, which turned any follower or amulet into a Fallen Angel. So, Angel of Chaos only targets followers, so she can't remove amulets, but Transform is a very powerful form of removal, because it does bypass a lot of immunity effects. Like you don't have to worry about damage immunity, you don't have to worry about any last words, you don't have to worry about it getting added to the thing you're transforming, getting added to a reanimate pool. You don't have to worry for it counting to other effects that care about number, like certain types of traded followers leaving play. And it ignores a lot of things that aren't straight up this follower is immune to effects or cannot be targeted. But then if you've already transformed a follower in play, then it transforms all of your opponent's followers. So it's very hard to ignore, because it means like it gets through. It can hit ambush followers. It can hit followers that can't be targeted by effects, and just also is no board-wide transform. Like, it is still like a transform, not a pure removal. And you are giving them 1/3 drain followers. So if you don't remove them, they can possibly start getting it back. But then she also has because she comes with this fanfare rally. So if you're playing a deck that puts out a lot of followers, like any Swordcraft deck or Puppet Portal especially is very good at getting to rally 10. Then she gets that auto evo, and she can trade off 2 of those Fallen Angels for free, because they only have 1 attack, and she reduces damage taken by 1 anyway. So, possibly useful card. Might still be a bit of a 6 play point 5/5 body is still a bit clunky. But if transform effects are in demand, you might play this, or you might just play the gold card, which is a spell, also on a similar theme, which is 2 play points. Select any follower in play and transform it into a Fallen Angel. If you selected an allied follower, recover 2 play points. So you can turn an ally if you turn an ally. So it's just a simple 2 play point transform removal. If you play it, you can play it on one of your own followers for effectively free. Which is like if you case like, okay, I've got this follower in play, but I'd rather it be a 1/3 rush drain. So it's just a bit versatile like that. So again, just it's a cheaper version of the original card that turned things into Fallen Angels, which was Fall from Grace, which was 4 play points. But Fall from Grace could target amulets, which was also very powerful. But then yeah, so just a neat card. And yeah, now we've gone off but now we just got the last card, which is another neutral legendary, which is the Return of Alice, which, if anyone played Wonderland Dreams, initially fills everyone with deep dread, because Wonderland Dreams was not a fun set, and, well, some people found it fun, but it was definitely a time when... Because the theme of the set, of course, was making neutral card synergy, which meant every deck was the fucking same, because they all ran the same fucking neutral package, which include Alice, which was buff all neutral cards on the board and field by 1. Yeah. But that's okay, because New Alice has no such thing. She's simply an Evol synergy card, and a fairly standard one at that. This is the 4 play point 3/4, which I think was the same stat line she had before. I can't be bothered to check. I'd have to go through the with Fanfare. If you put 3 allied followers evolve this game, she draws 2 cards and evolves for free, which is very nice. That's a very good payoff for a fairly low requirement. Like, obviously, you're not going to be doing that, especially if you're playing, say, Evo Blood that can quite happily have 3 Evos by turn 5. Maybe not turn 4, but definitely by turn 5. And then, if she's evolved 7 times, she gets Storm. And whilst evolved, she has Strike, Recover 2 play points. So just generally a very strong payoff, because that's a 5/6 Storm that recovers 2 play points, so she effectively only costs 2. Like, even if you're not at Storm, as long as she has something to trade into, that's recovering 2 play points. So, and drawing 2 cards. It's just useful. If you're playing an Evo deck, you'd be playing Alice. That's all there is to it, really. She's not, like, particularly fancy, but she is very good. It's a straightforward... Yep, this card just draws you cards, and is good value, and kills your opponent. Does everything you need a card to do. Really? And that's it. A bit of a silly note. I do have to wonder why people... Like, this was, they had a poll to... Like, what character do you want to see come back? Like, what card do you want to see come back? And this was the poll winner. I'm just like, why? Why did people want Alice back? Alice was a terrible meta. But it's okay, because they've made her completely different from what she used to be, so it's fine. Yeah, so that's... Oh, look at this. I'll probably go... So I'll go back into the... I bring the... That is true. She is still very cute. That is important. So I'm just going to move things along, and let's get into Shadowverse, which will say, sorry, we've lost connection because you've been dawdling about for ages. So just have to re-log in. I'll probably just talk about this... Have a look at some of the cards that are, like, relevant to some of the new cards. So. Login bonuses, as usual. All that nonsense. Okay, so I'm just going to look at the card, again, look at the cards list themselves. So the first thing I'm trying to remember is, of course, I have to look at the fucking Golem Squad. That's the one I want. Ultimate Clay Golem is the card, which is a 7 play point, 5/5 that can evolve for 0 play points. And when after it's evolved, it gives your leader the effect whenever an allied clay golem comes into play, transform it into an ultimate clay golem. Which is a pretty strong effect, but Dirt Rune doesn't summon clay golems, like, at all, really, in this current... So I don't think it even has any in, rotation. There's not even any, like, Earthright summon clay golems in rotation. Cards that refer to clay golems in rotation is all these basic cards, which don't care about Earthright. And 3 of them are just the same card, just the original. Yeah, see, well, glad you could learn something. Is it probably a bit awkward to explain if you have, like, no reference to Shadowverse or other similar card games, but glad you stuck around anyway. And Phantasmal Box, which also doesn't care about Earth Sigils, and is also just not a card that people have ever played. Any deck whatsoever. I didn't mean to go back. So yeah. Yeah, so so I'm just gonna do a quick. So what was the other cards I was kind of looking at? Oh yeah, there was Let me just go back to pick the things. So it was that's going off the. Oh yeah, so. Is that how you spell That is not how you spell Valkyrie. I'm dumb. I'm just going to do it by what I know how to do it. Rotation, Forest, Legendary, Follower. Shining Valkyrie. Don't have to worry about my terrible spelling. Okay, so I have been told I'm very good at teaching people because when I play, I'll like explain my moves a lot and trying to explain what I'm doing and why I'm doing it. So hopefully when we get to actual gameplay, you'll like learn some more of the fundamentals. I'll keep that in mind. So yeah, so like this is the card that I was thinking was synergized well with the Forest Legendary because she's like the Storm Follower, puts fairies into your hand, and then she gains power on strike. She gains attack for every 2 allied fairies in play in her hands. And importantly, when she evolves, she summons another fairy and evolves it. So that's another 3. So if you're giving that fairy... So you can play this on 5, evolve it, and if you've got at least 1 fairy in hand, that's 9 damage, which is pretty beefy for a single card. Yeah, because it'd be... If you've got a fairy in hand, she summons 2 fairies... She puts 2 fairies in your hand... You've got 3 fairies in hand, then when she evolves, she summons a fairy, so that's 4 total fairies. And so she gains +2 on attack. So for an aggressive fairy deck, that's quite good with the new legendary. Right, who else was I wanting to look at? Yeah, how much? I don't have to look at that. Wasn't Bipod Elemental, wasn't the Dragoncraft card. Oh yeah, I was going to look at Shadowcraft for a bit to see what a good... So Shadowcraft, 4 drops. So... Okay, so Shadowcraft's got a few 4 drops that it would like to animate. So Warden of Corpses is alright because it's basically draw 2 cards. Not amazing. Death Scythe Hound is not great because you don't get the Necromancy. It's a very fanfare-based card, but still alright. Underworld Lieutenant, again, fanfare, not so great. But still a decent evolve, I guess. Ship of Morning Souls is pretty good if you're running a Ghost-based deck, but you probably wouldn't be running that with Surderwood, I don't think. Ghost Ship isn't good, Hell's Unleasher isn't good. Logging Necromancer doesn't get its fanfare off, so yeah, not that many good options for the Surderwood army. Like, let's look at the high cost stuff. 10 drops. So 10 drops with fanfares. So that can be Departed Soul Taker, which is getting a buff in the next, with the set coming out, it's being reduced to an 8 cost. So, Yeah, you could get a Departed Soultaker out one turn early, I guess. Which is pretty good. Like getting Departed Soultaker out even one turn early is pretty good, but then you're not running any other high cost cards like Spirit Eater or Ghost Town Apparition or Abyssal Kernel, because then you want your highest cost card to be Departed Soultaker on 9. Krampus could be pretty good, but yeah, you'd probably want Departed Soultaker and then like I don't remember that you don't have to limit it to being silly. You don't have to limit it to Shadow class. Reanimates can reanimate neutrals as well. Yeah, not I'm missing anything. Let's check the things. Of course, there's always Mordecai. He doesn't have any fanfares, but is Mordecai. And everyone loves Mordecai. And Zeriel is also just not particularly worth, I don't think. Not really good reanimate target. I guess he's a 9/9. It's hot. It's very annoying to remove. Still. Only forecast neutral. Oh. Literally no forecast neutrals in the game. So, oh no, wait, hang on, this does. That was silly. Of course there are. No, it's just Infernal Titan and Goliath, so no. Technically, no. They're both bad cards. Infernal Titan's good for, Take 2 at least. Not a card you'd run in deck. Right, was there any other cards that I was thinking about? So yeah, I don't think Shadowverse... Oh yeah, so now we look at what has... Advanced, keyword effect, reanimate... Okay, what reanimate 3? So yeah, Torchella is the main reanimate that I was thinking of for Soul Sniper. Because, yeah, if you play Torchella, she reanimates a 1, reanimates 2, and then if you evolve her, she reanimates 3, gives it +1/+1 in Storm, and also that'll do 2 damage to the interval. So that's like the main big payoff is reanimating her with Torchella. Just seeing, is there any other... Adherent to Streams is pretty good. That's still in rotation. Headless Warfind is reanimate 2. Logging Necromancer is another reanimate 3, and also reanimates 3 on Evo as well. So actually, yeah, I could make an entire deck built around Soul Sniper. You'd run, yeah, Adherent of Screams, Logging Necromancer, and Torchella at the very least. Carol, no, because she's reanimate 10. Moiril, no, because she reanimate 4 and 2. Rigid Necromancer is reanimate 10, but changes it back to defense to 1/1, so also good. So yeah, you could probably make a very aggressive reanimate 3 deck with Soul Sniper. That'd be something to look out for, I think. Yeah, Signar is fine, don't care about it. But nothing else to really particularly look at there. They just demonstrate. Such terms, 1 player point, Portal Craft, Legendary, Rotation, Cutthroat. So this is the kind of card that mainly Judith is being played with because it's got this leader effect. It's like if there are no duplicate cards in your deck, excluding condemned cards, so anything with the condemned card traits you can have multiple of, which will include Judith because she has every trait. You get this very powerful leader effect because whenever you play a card with Enhance, you recover X play points where you recover like 2, like the Enhanced cost -2. So the Enhanced effectively only costs you 2 play points, regardless of how high it is. So basically you trade off consistency with your deck for basically being able to play a bunch of really strong enhance effects. Like this guy, like him, you can enhance him for 9, where he gets +10/+10 and deals 10 damage to the enemy leader's face and an enemy follower. And then obviously if you have, since you have his effect going active, he would, because you've probably played an evolved one beforehand, then that would technically, you'd still have 7 play points to play anything else, which could be your 3rd Cutthroat to deal another 5. So that's a deck I played around with this deck a little and found it fun but very inconsistent. So I'll definitely be interested in trying that deck once once the new set comes, once the new cards come out, seeing how it goes with Judith. I think Judith will probably be a fairly safe craft as well, just because again, even if she's not useful now, she might be very useful later on. Right, I guess I'll show you kind of like what I'll play. Probably what is the most simple, but it's kind of, I guess it's not simple. It's kind of weird. It's a weird deck, but it's the most like easiest to play of like the main three big meta decks, which is Test Subject Runecraft. I probably should hang on. Can I cancel the queue so I can just kind of like show off the deck a little bit? Just kind of explain what I'm doing beforehand. So Test Subject Runecraft is built around the condemned Runecraft cards from this set, which is all centered around cards that summon volunteer test subjects, which is a card you can't have in your deck. It's a 2 point 2/2. When it comes into play, if 3 other test subjects have come into play this game, it gains Rush, and if 5 other test subjects have come into play, it gains +3/+3 as well. So the idea is you want to get to that 5 test subjects played as quick as possible and just outvalue your opponent with these cheap, efficient 5/5 rushes that draw a card on their last word. So you always have gas in the engine, essentially. Like the legendary built around this is Sephi, who has a fusion effect. So like this is a explanation of fusion. Basically, you can kind of like fusion is so you can feed cards to another card for various effects. And you can fuse more than one card at once, but you can only fuse to a particular card once. So if you have one Sephi in hand, you can fuse as many cards as you like to a Sephi once, and whenever you fuse at least 2 cards to her, and you have 2 play points, you can use those 2 play points to summon a volunteer test subject. So she basically takes 2 cards and turns them into a test subject for 2 play points. And if another condemned follower was used, they only use 1 play point. You still need the important thing is you still need 2 play points for the effect trick, 2 spare play points for the effect trigger in the first place. So you can't like summon a test subject on 1. It is literally impossible to summon a test subject on 1. Test subjects themselves cost 2. No other effect summons test subjects on 2. For 1 rather. There. It's almost always 2 play points. Because you've got basically a bunch of other cards that summon more volunteer test subjects, like this guy who's very simple, he just summons more. And Obsessor Scholar, my wife, who summons a volunteer test subject. Well, and you can fuse a card to her to tutor out another condemned follower, which is usually a way to get more followers. Because as you can see, this deck does not have any spells. Because you do not want spells, because you can only fuse followers to Sephi. But what followers you have is entirely up to you. So what you'd end up doing is you basically run all the really good value like utility kit neutral followers, like Olivia and Sylvia for playpoint recovery and board clear, Giant Happy Pig for increasing your HP and healing and board control, Metatron for ward for being a sticky ward and also ramping if you're going second. Jilanice for board control and healing, and the invocation where if the game drags on too long, you just win. Unless your opponent's going second. Or your opponent also has Jilanice, in which case you go, oh no. And Yukushima just for the enhance effect where he deals damage equal to the number of cards you've drawn this game to your opponent's board and then their face. So he's just a backup win con. So yeah, it's basically just you run these toolkits of followers that are usually very versatile and very useful, or help you get towards your win condition. So you could just freely turn them into test subjects. And I will demonstrate that in a game. So it's a very... Because it's got a lot of card draw... Because the test subjects have last words draw a card, it's a very consistent deck. Despite the fact you're fusing cards to make test subjects, you very rarely run dry unless your opponent like banishes your test subjects, which is a way to counter the deck. Which is just sort of like removing their last words or banishing them. They quickly run, and you can quickly run out of gas. Okay, so given this hand, I want to keep especially against Haven, I want to keep the Devoted Researcher because he's very useful. He's either... You usually want to save him for turn 4 to get 2 test subjects out of him, because that's also drawing 2 cards. But if you don't have any better plays to do, you want to get this. But Journeys and Battle Cather aren't particularly useful on turn 2. So Sephi is very good, because Sephi means you can constantly get test subjects out every turn at the very least. So Havencraft is probably playing Crystallize, which is a bit annoying because they put out a bunch of... Yeah. It is... That's pretty much exactly what it is. You have your engine to create a lot of test subjects, and you have a bunch of versatile cards to kind of get them out faster. So I don't really want to... I think I might as well cycle this Sacred Bird at this point, because... Actually, I'm going to hold on to it, because I might need it for board clear. But... If not, I'll probably... Okay, yeah, they're not going to... They probably could... So, this is where we start. So, it's always... So, I don't think I need this girl, and I don't... I think I might need this Gillanese later if they're playing, because they're playing, So that's how you use Sephi to make test subjects. Just fuse 2 cards to them, using 2 play points, get a test subject. Okay, so nothing particularly threatening that turn, they're just drawing cards. Be nice for us. So I want to... So while I'd like to save these cards, I kind of need to fuse them, and I don't want to fuse... Yukishima I don't want to fuse, because this is a game that can quite easily drag on, so I might need him as the backup win con, and I've only got 1 copy in the deck. Yeah, so you can fuse to 1 card once per turn. So, as you can see, now that I've fused to her once, you can't fuse to her again this turn. But if I had multiple Cephis in my hand, I could fuse each of them in turn, and that's kind of how you do a lot of the OTKs in this deck. So we lost a test subject, that's fine, because they draw. Because because how you kill your opponent with this deck is Sephi, when you've got your volunteer test subjects active, she gives them Storm. So you basically want to get to a point where you can play enough test subjects to kill your opponent with Storm on it, which is very easy to do because they're 5/5s. So this time we just play our Devoted Researcher, and he summons 2. That's what I'm actually going to do, is I'm going to evolve to give one of them Bane. That's the thing, the Devoted Researcher and the Obsessive Scientist, both of their evos give an effect to an allied volunteer test subject. He gives Bane, the other one gives Drain. And this is a deck, because we're running Olivia and Sylvia in the deck, it's a deck that wants to be very aggressive with evo points. So even if it's not particularly, like, feat seems particularly sensible, like, it would, in most cases, I would have been like, okay, I'm not playing a, I'm not evoing that turn, because we've got a lot of evo point recovery in the deck, kind of want to. But yeah, like, giving that test follower Bane made it a lot more of a higher priority for them to remove. Okay. We banished one of our test subjects, which is a bit annoying. So okay, we've got Olivia and Sylvia, who has fanfare recover all your evo points. So we want to use up our evo points to think. So we can. I'm just kind of thinking how exactly I want to do this, because if I fuse, I can fuse a test subject because it's a condemned follower to only play one, but I'm wondering if that gives me any additional options or if that's just wasting cards. And I think that's just wasting cards. I don't see any additional plays I can really make. Like, this isn't a particularly a rushdown deck. It's more of just a board tempo deck. But if I play Olivia and Sylvia and Evol, I think actually, yeah, that's only recovering me one Evo point. I'm just gonna do. So now when we play test subjects, they are 5/5s with rush, which is very good. So I'm actually going to trade that one down. They are running Spiritual Blow, but forcing them to Spiritual Blow is actually pretty good for us, because it means they have to give up resources to deal with our fairly cheap resources, and there's no point playing this Wayfaring Goblin. So this is probably something I'll only really show when I'm doing my actual kill turn, but because I've got 2 Cephis in hand, I can fuse twice, because I can fuse to one Cephi, then fuse to the other Cephi. Yeah. Like, that was not great, but oh, that's very good. So if I fuse this Wayfaring Goblin, because she's not either Wayfaring Goblin or Metatron, I don't think I need the Wayfaring Goblin. I think that's less useful. So in this case, I will. Thing is, Olivia and Silvering here is a bit awkward because it's not clearing anything, and I might want to save it for next turn when they're likely to have made a big board. So what I'm actually going to do is I'm going to Obsessive Scholar, see what she pulls out. This is another Obsessive Scholar, which I will fuse to Metatron 2, because she's also not particularly useful and not as useful as a 5/5. So I'm going to, not as much as it would probably be useful to, I'm not going to burn the Evo point here, because I might be able to kill the opponent. Like, it's awkward. They're not going to Skull Feign me. They don't really have the options to Skull Feign. I'm just going to evolve. Just because it increases, because Olivia and Sylvia, when you evolve them, deals damage equal to all enemy followers equal to the amount of evolve points you've used. So I'm just like making sure I can do that. They've overdrawn a bit. So they've got Bejeweled Shrine out, so that's scary. So that's why I might want the damage. So okay, so they're clearing my board, which is annoying, because Diamond Master, assuming they give Storm and Ward to Diamond Master, which they almost certainly will. Yeah, so that's scary. That's kind of why I wanted to like beef up the Olivia and Sylvia, because they have this really strong one. Yeah, they're evolving too. So I'm not entirely sure Olivia, Sylvia even cares, just because this board is so scary. But I've got. Oh, that helps a lot though. So this is quite awkward. So what I'm going to do is... No, because I want that Garel for turning into a test subject, I think. That recovers all our Evo points, which means we can Evo more. I'll deal 4 damage to their ball, which unfortunately only kills one thing. But we do have volunteer test subject. Okay, so the only awkward thing is that I am going to take a look. Sacrifice this bad Kappa. I'm going to sacrifice Yukishima because he's not going to, if I'm not setting up Bad Katha this turn, I fucked up. I fucked up. I should have done this a different way around. Okay, so you trade you, and then you kill off the other 2. So we're kind of in a bit of a shit situation because we possibly might just die. I really wish I had that Jilanese. Yeah, fuck, that's me dead. Got killed by Astolfo. But he's not cute enough. Yeah. But yeah, that's just, they had a really good value turn, and we didn't have... We couldn't... There wasn't really any way for me to build up enough of a wall. I guess if I... Yeah, there wasn't a lot of ways I could stop that. And I didn't have enough... I kind of petered out on the pressure early on, which kind of sucks. I think I possibly should have saved some healing. Because if I could have healed, that obviously would have saved me, but I just did not have, didn't have the healing in hand. Because I'd turned it all into... I'd used it all up, so... It's like I just hadn't used it to heal, I used it to evolve. So maybe I should have saved one of those, Obsessive Scholars. Okay, so we'll keep Obsessive Scholar, but we won't keep those, and Sephi into Obsessive Scholar. Okay, this deck almost never has a turn 1 play. Well, basically no cards apart from Wayfaring Goblin that it plays on turn. Playing against Crystallized Haven has been making a bit of a comeback. I think it is actually somewhat favored against Test Subject Rune, perhaps. Anyway. I'm gonna keep Olivia and Sylvia. It's always worth keeping, especially when you're going second, because your Evo points are a bit more limited. But depending on what we draw, we might have to fuse her anyway. They don't have Skullfane in hand, which is... Okay, so we don't want to fuse our Sephi, so we kind of have to... We do have to say goodbye to this Olivia and Sylvia. Because fusing to Obsessive Scholar is really good. Especially when it gets you another Obsessive Scholar. Value. Especially, that's pretty good target for it to hit. Right. Oh, that's perfect. Perfect turn 4 play, Devoted Researcher. We're going first, so we don't get to evolve 1/4 anyway. Okay. So they're healing for 4, but then I'm just dealing 4 again, so... We're still looking pretty good. I'm not banishing... This one isn't banishing our followers all the time, which is good. Nah, Giant Happy Pick is very good. A very good pickup. That gives us more healing options. So, fuse Bad Katha, because she's not that useful right now. Play you, see what we get. Okay, and then fuse Metatron and Gilonix. I want Giant Happy Pig next turn. And then we can efficiently trade that. I don't want to be aggressive this time because I don't have Olivia and Sylvia in hand and there's only 2 left in the deck, so I don't think it's worth evolving here. Especially because I don't want to be, because I've only got 2 evo points. I don't want to be, because I'm definitely evoing this giant happy pig next turn. Because that gives me a Mythos Lion. Ooh, that's scary. It is so happy! It is the happiest of all pigs. So those Amethys lines are pretty scary. That's going to make their board, yeah, it's going to buff their board up a lot. But it doesn't double up on the Mace Jester because it already had, because it doesn't. And so that's going to hurt, but we've got the giant happy pig to recover. We've also got this, we could Obsessive Scholar as well. But I think we need to make board space first. So I'm actually going to trade. Actually, can I just kill is the question. Because they're at 18. I'm at 5. I think I can just kill if I just trade in. The Sephi Infusion is 10, but then yeah, okay, that doesn't quite kill, so I'm gonna go next turn. So we're going to Giant Happy Pig now. Oh. Like, Obsessive Scholar probably heals us for a little more, because this heals us for 4, whilst Giant Happy Pig only heals us for, Unfortunately, I do have to do that, because I can't really afford to leave that Amethys line around, because it could end up representing a lot more damage if left unchecked. But if they don't make an entire board of wards, I should be able to kill them next turn. That looks like they're both making entire boards of wards and destroying my board, which sucks! Okay, so that's that's not actually doing a lot of damage, and I still punch through it? But I'm only dealing... My current damage is 15. That doesn't increase my damage. I need a 3rd Sephi to kill. No. Yeah, if they had 1 less HP, I could kill. Balanced Blessing is in their deck. So... Oh, Gilonese, that's actually kind of perfect. Very luck of the draw. So I'm going to... problem is now is I don't get any wards in play or Evo point recovery if I evolve Gilonese, but I kind of have to because I really need to heal. So first let's fuse a Spadab Catholic because she's not doing anything. Because I'm not near enough. Obsessive Scholar, what do you get me? 3rd Sephi. Okay, so that sets me up to kill next turn. If I am lucky. I really wish I had Evo point recovery, but I'm just going to just do that to heal up. And then Metatron for a ward and a heal, because we might as well save this test subject. We want at least one other condemned follower for our OTK shenanigans. Okay, so as long as they don't make any, like, I'm doing a big ask. Their deck makes a lot of wards, so asking them to not put wards in play is unlikely, but healing is not a big problem. Yeah, we don't actually... That's not... If they somehow don't put any wards in play... We win! No, Evolve only gives things Rush, not Storm. But, anyway, so I need to make sure... I need to free up board space. So this is how this deck OTKs. You go 1 test subject. Then you go 2 test subjects. Then you go 3 test subjects. So these kind of... And then you go Sephi for the 4th and Storm, and that's 20 damage, baby! Yeah. So that's the very basic OTKs. You have 3 Cephis in hand, which is quite consistent because you've got the volunteer test subject, got the obsessive scientists for the tutor effect for condemned followers, and you just have a shitload of card draw from your own test subjects. But yeah. So when a follower is evolved, it can attack an enemy follower directly, but on that turn, but it cannot attack face unless it has Storm. Evolving does not give it the ability to go face, because otherwise that would be a bit busted. But some followers do have Storm when they evolve. We're going to play a couple more games with this deck, because it is old and I want to climb ladder. But yeah, no, you can't evolve and go face unless the card gets Storm when it evolves. Or has Storm already. It's Eleanor versus Eleanor. Will it be the mirror match of test subject versus test subject, or are they playing spell boost? Or are they playing chess? Okay, so that's a pretty good start. I would like to... Okay, so... Not quite the start I wanted. What are you playing? Okay, they're playing test subject rune, because no other rune deck plays Wayfaring Goblin. So I'm actually going to play Metatron here, because I think I'd rather... Because when we don't have that many test subject generators in hand, I kind of want to make the most of the ones I do have. And if we play Metatron, that gives us a follower they're unlikely to be able to remove. So then I can land this Badab-Kappa buff. So I'm falling behind on test subjects, but I am, like, keeping board control going solid. And then I can just play these devoted researchers to both get 2 test subjects. Will hopefully let me catch up. So they're currently ahead on test subjects by 1. And they'll probably be ahead by 2 on this turn. Yeah, they're playing obsessive. So they're getting the twofer. Is a bit over, so I could... What I'll actually do rather than playing the devoted researcher this turn is I'll wait until next time. I'll play this test subject and then play Sacred Bird on 2, so it does its fanfare where it deals 2 damage to 2 random followers. And just lets me keep my board, keep this thing. And now, even if they play devoted researcher this turn, they don't actually get a full board clear, because they can only clear 4 followers and not 3 followers, and I have 4. It is. I do need to start playing my own test subjects. He's going to, like, trade to avoid killing my test subject, obviously, because he doesn't want to give me cards. And then he's fusing his Obsessive Scholar this turn, because otherwise he'd overdraw. Also, I'm saying he a lot, sorry. Okay, so as much as I'd like to be a bit more efficient, I think my only play is playing this devoted researcher. So I float my floater play point down. I'm gonna give. Doesn't really matter which one I give Bane, but I want to evolve just to take off this. So whilst I'm like behind on test subjects, I'm currently quite ahead. I'm obviously very ahead on damage. And so next turn I'll probably devoted researcher and well Freya to obtain to tutor for hopefully another condemned follower. She could tutor for Yukushima, which would be a nightmare. Thank you for following, Jenna! Another old friend of mine that I've known for a very long time. Glad to see you're here. Thank you, Jana. So they're healing up because they've obviously taken a lot of damage and they want to stop taking damage. But even though the Rendering Thunder got an attempt today, I mean, I guess that works. It is a follower. It is a fusionable. So this is kind of awkward because if I do play the Freya, then I don't actually have the board space to develop the devoted researcher. I think what I'll actually do is kind of protect myself from getting OTK'd and just play and evolve the giant happy pig. That just makes a really, really big board that's... It increases my max HP, which makes me less likely to get OTK'd. Because whilst it doesn't heal me now, the happy pigs have last one restored Fence Steel leader, and the total is 4, and the giant happy pig increases my max health by 4. Which again, a lot of OTKs are built around doing 20 damage, so increasing your max HP to above 20 and then staying above 20 can help prevent a lot of that. And since they're playing the mostly exact same deck as I am, I know that almost all their OTK combinations... Yeah, 21 HP is a magic number in a lot of situations. Like, especially against test subject rune, because it is, until it gets to like turn 9 and 10, it cannot deal more than 20 damage in a round. So they're healing up pretty well, but also they're not able to clear my board at all. So even though they're healing up, I'm still very in control of the general board state. And I can still keep pushing damage and keeping them around 16 health whilst I'm floating at a much higher one. So that fusion doesn't actually get them anything, but again, they're doing it just because they want to not overdraw cards, because overdraw cards. So that giant heavy pig is pretty useless, so I'm gonna... So first, what does our actual test subject count at? Ooh, that's good. I probably would have preferred to do it. So I'm actually going to just play... No, because I don't want to draw too many cards. So actually, yeah, I'm going to Olivia and Sylvia. But we don't need to evolve Olivia and Sylvia herself. Because that means our Evo... Like, that doesn't really matter that we're getting this play point refund. So... Right, if I Evo Olivia and Sylvia, what does that get me? I'm actually not going to. I'm going to evolve the Happy Pig just because it makes it gets a slightly better benefit on evolving because its last words increase. And also, just look at it. Just look at that little fucker. So I think it's better to, rather than evolving for the play point recovery mostly because they don't have a board to clear. I think it's better to evolve for damage. I want to keep them below 15 because that will represent like my actual lethal counts. So yeah, they can start clearing their board with Olivia and Sylvia. Obviously isn't great. But if I draw another Sylphie, Okay, so they're healing. What's good to me is they probably need... If they don't use that, then if I draw the second Sylphie, I do just win? Okay, are you playing that card? Okay. That's pretty good. They're not using that to deal damage. So they're healing up, but again, we can OTK, they can't OTK, unless we do have to clear the board. Which is a bit annoying, but we can do it. Right, so... I'm just trying to think what's the best way to do it is the question. So again, they're actually acting, because they're drawing so many cards, they are actually having to use... Okay, so 2 devoted researchers should quite happily clear out this board. So thing is, we've actually still very low on our test subjects, so we do need to develop to 5 test subjects anyway. So I think, yeah, it is best to devoted researcher, just devoted researcher twice. Give a smaller one Bane so that it can kill that and draw a card, see what we get just before we play anything. And then, right, I'm just going to devoted researcher again. And bonk. Bonk. And I need to fuse at least. Okay, so we didn't get anything useful. So I'm just, again, this fusion isn't getting me anything, but it's getting cards I don't need out of my hand, which is these Jillaneses. Because otherwise because I've got a card that can draw a card, that would get me up to 8, and then I draw naturally next turn, which gets me up to 9. Any more cards and I overdraw. Like, my opponent is having a problem where they're just drawing too many cards, and they don't know, and they can't get rid of it. It's like they're playing a lot of healing, but of course they don't. Now with that, they're playing the Morrigan's Gospel without saving it to kill. That's interesting. Not entirely sure that's the best move there. Like, the extra healing doesn't matter, you're at full HP. Why are you doing this? I think they're very scared. So we know they've got 2 Sephies in hand because they've used twice this turn. Also, drawing cards seems like a really bad option. They've only got 5 cards in the deck. If they don't kill me next turn, they have a very high chance of just dying from their own card draw. However, I am in a bit of an iffy... Yeah, I am in a bit of an iffy... Okay, so second Sephi at 9 play points. I need to do a bit of maths in my head for a second, sorry. So... I don't have it. I need one more condemned... I needed another condemned follower in hand. This sucks. Sucks! Okay, so I have to think about how the fuck I'm clearing this board without dying is the thing. So I'm just going to start with turning cards that aren't test subjects into test subjects and drawing cards to try and... Yeah, because I can only make 1. I can only do 15 in this turn. Oh, yeah, I can only do 15 because I can only make 2 test subjects. So I'm just going to go card by card. You're all very good, so let's go to... We don't need another giant happy pig. You should draw what is likely my 3rd Sephi, which is excellent. And then I want... Yeah, and then I play you, trade you, do pop you, and Sacred Bird the other 2. We don't die next turn, which I don't think they have any way of being able to kill us. I forgot about Yukishima! That kills us! Yep, that's... If you're about to... I forgot that that's a card. That's a card I run in the deck as well. I don't think I had any counter to that. Like, I couldn't get any more HP from Giant Heavy. They dealt 28 to my face, even through my entire board. And I had a pretty beefy board. I made a pretty decently beefy board, so the only way I could have survived it is I could somehow have made an even beefier board whilst also trading off their board. But man... This is why I'm kind of not enjoying this meta a lot, because... Yeah, Yukishima is a backup plan. You don't need him, but sometimes he just says, oh, it's turn 9, you win. Which is, again, part of the problem is that there aren't any damage shields, which completely stuff him. But that'll change in the new set, in the mini expansion. So I think Yukishima will probably get cut in the like, if the damage shield cards like the Havencroft one and the and the Swordcraft one. Oh my god, it's Heroes! I haven't seen Hero Stored in ages. That's really annoying. I don't want to give them a damage. So this is... Oh wait, no, of course I know what to do. And use Metatron, methinks. Plus, the thing is, if we had our own Yukishima, we would have also just killed them. Oh yeah, there's a lot of... This is my kind of small gripe with the current meta, is that, yeah, there's a lot of just, oh, I couldn't actually do anything about that. Anyway, rather than progressing our test subjects against Swordcraft, especially a board-based deck like Commander Sword, I'm using Uranus because he banishes cards and is a 3/3. He's just a really solid body. And then that sets us up. So we're going a bit slow on test subjects this game, but we are winning ahead. But yeah, currently there's just a lot of just OTKs that don't feel like, oh, I literally couldn't do anything about it. That's very annoying. But we can still start that. So first we do this. Draw a card, see what we get. It's Yukishima, hello. Just talking about you. And we bonk you, play you, and play you. So that was grossly inefficient, but it worked. So what are they going to do on turn 4? Metatron, so they're ramping. Don't like that. I haven't seen a hero sword deck for a while. Okay, that was your choice of... That's annoying. We don't have... Well, yeah, we have to... It's a kind of awkward play, but we kind of gotta do it. Because it just cleanly deals with their board whilst healing us up for the damage they just dealt. Which is really not in a great position because we don't want to fuse any of these cards. This is really rough drawing. Yeah, they're getting their damaged followers in play. triggers. Ew. Ew. Don't like this at all. We've just had such annoying draws. Ow. So, but what I can do here is again another fairly... Wait, shit, no, that doesn't work. But we kind of needed to do that. We are not going to survive until turn 9, so Yukushima is pointless. But we really need to put test subjects on the field because we have not been putting test subjects on the field. Don't tell me that's our first one. That's our second one. Okay, good. That means devoted researcher makes rush test subjects. But it's turn 7, which means they're probably going to play the fucking Valiant Fencer, and we're going to be fucked. Because they're just going to have value. Oh. Like, Heroic Sword isn't even that good, but we've just had a really bad start. It's really fucked us over. Because I'll just test subject generations. Okay. That's actually not too bad. Okay, so I can do that. And then what I'll do is I will evolve. Give it Bane, so it, like, as I said, I'd really like to save this, but I kind of have to use it. Draw a card. Use that and that to make another one that's a 5/5, and then play that to heal up and draw a card. Oh no, it's not a 5/5. The next one's a 5/5. Shit. Oh, this is really bad. We're so starved on resources because we haven't been able to generate enough test subjects. And they can use that to have a damaged follower in play. Why does this keep lining up so perfectly for them? I don't know how to play against heroes. Nobody fucking plays heroes. Oh. This is the rare case of this deck being not so consistent because it doesn't... Yep, if there are any damaged followers in play, recover 2 play points. Oh god, we're just getting styled on because our draws have been so bad. Oh fuck. Please, another... I just need something that can turn this around, please, game. So without an Evo point, Giant Happy Pig's kind of useless. Julianese is useless, so... We can... So I need to get rid of this Bane. No, Bane's actually not actually a bigger problem. Need to get rid of other things first. Everything else is a bigger problem than the Bane, so... This is a bit awkward, but... They are running out of resources as well, unless they top deck Valiant Fencer, in which case they gain a shitload of resources and we're screwed. Why did things keep lining up so perfect? Like, I mean, I guess I could have tried to play around it, I guess. But again, it's just one of those weird fringe decks that nobody plays, so you don't really know how to play around it. Because how their deck works is a lot of their... How a hero deck works is a lot of their cut... there he is. Ah, piss. Piss. Because they don't actually have much Storm left in the deck. They've played, that's their third, is that, I'm pretty sure that's their, no, they had another Mac Knight because of course one of them was summoned from an effect. Yeah, they have a lot of effects that rely on them being a damaged ally follower in play. Ooh, they're trading. That means they're not killing me. Ooh, and we got Uranus on a turn when he gets the free Evo. So we've got a chance. That's annoying, though. This is really annoying. Okay. Use you and you. What the fuck can I do to not die here? Not a lot. Sephi herself doesn't actually do much. It's better to play Uranus. Oh, we can't take more than 3 damage at a time. I can't actually kill him. I think I'm screwed, so I might as well kill that. Yeah, if we'd had, like, actual gas in our engine, we probably would have been... Oh, that's a second Valiant Fencer. We're just dead, aren't we? Yep, very dead. I'm not waiting for you to do whatever nonsense you planned. Like, I could... Like, I was dead on board, and I don't want to... I know that kind of deck they're playing. They want to play out as much nonsense as possible on a turn, and waste my fucking time when I'm already dead. So no, piss off. I'm done. Do one more match with that game. I wonder if I'm just really bad with this deck. Maybe I'm bad on streams. I think it might also just be it's a very popular deck, but so people are to get playing against it a lot. Like again, Crystallized Havencraft seems very effective against it. We're seeing a lot of Crystallized Havencraft. And this is another really bad starting hand. Come on, give us test subjects. Okay, with hand saved. That is indeed Crystallized Havencraft. At least we get to play this Wayfaring Goblin, because if you play her on turn 1, draws a card. Is nice. Just nice. Okay, Empire's Bishop is very annoying, but manageable. Okay, standard curve so far. Hit. That's all I have to say to that. Hitting would have much preferred they hit the Goblin test subject, but oh well. This better just be Holy Lightning Birding. Are they on 5 crystallizers already? God damn. My only saving grace is that they're probably running out of gas a bit. So I'm going to... I'll save Freya until next. So I'm actually going to bat up Katha since I have a card on board. Makes 2 2/2s, which... If they have Skullfane in hand, this is going to be a nightmare. There's no Skullfane. That does not look like Skullfane. Yay! They bricked! Okay, so we kind of need to make a big fucking board. So we Freya because she gets free to draw. And I'm actually going to use this Obsessive Scholar and... one of these Sacred Birds. We don't need both. So we get a 1 play point thing, and then I can play Metatron. Because going second means at the end of turn, because I have more Evo points than my opponent, because my opponent has 0, because they can't evolve yet. I have 2. I actually ramp 1. It's the only form of neutral ramp in the game. So far, looking pretty good. We've got a nice wide board that they're going, like, depends what that pings off mainly. What the lightning birds hit. That is probably the best pair of targets it could hit. Okay, so they're going to heal up a bunch, which sucks. But they're not giving it Storm at the very least, so... Yeah. So that's pretty good, that's fine. Nothing particularly scary. What are you shooting, Astolfo Lunar Paladin? Yep, that makes sense. So, in that case, I'll bump you with you, see what you draw. Giant Happy Pig. I don't actually want to use that just... I'm actually going to banish him just to knock out the healing. And then actually, yeah, I'm not going to bother using this Happy Pig. I'm just going to fuse these two. Get. I think I will evolve so that I can push some more damage and because I've got Olivia and Sylvia in hand, and then we just cycle this Sacred Bird. Garel, not particularly great, but it's a card. More cards is always good. Just hard casting an Empire's Bishop. Kind of wish I saved that banish now. The only problem is we are still really fucking behind on test subjects. Which sucks a lot, and I don't have any way to stop this Empire's Bishop. I'm just going to play this off with Olivia Sylvia and push a bunch of damage, so... That evolves there. I get both the healings off that, which is very annoying. Then use you two. Makes me a rushy test subject. Bump you to draw a card. I kind of wish I had one more play point. Would have been nice, but oh well. Just keep them down. They're not worth playing. It's Devoted Researcher. We want to play it next turn, where it will make 5/5s. Okay, oh, they're running Olivia and Sylvia in the deck. Interesting. There's a lot of people, almost every deck runs them. They're so useful for Evo point. Like, having the ability to recover all your Evo points is, turns out, pretty damn strong. Okay, they're not... Who knew indeed? Okay, I think I can kill the... No, I can't, because the first test subject does not have Storm. Actually, wait, no, if I just... Yeah, it doesn't have 5/5, rather. That's annoying. If I was on... Maybe I should have played the Devoted Researcher. I would have been able... No, oh, no, I wouldn't have been able to kill this time. So, let's just play... Evolve to give Bane. Might as well, rather than trading in both of them. Okay, and then now that we're active on 5s, I'm actually going to hold the rest of the cards, so I definitely have enough fodder to do the OTK. As long as we're not dead. Or if they make more than... How many wards are you putting in play, my friend? That's at least 3. Oh fuck, they gave him Storm as well, of course, that's how Diamond Master works. And they're healing to full. Piss! I'm dead! No, I'm not dead. I'm just not quite dead. Yukishima doesn't kill, right? They've got way too big a board for Yukishima to kill. Yeah, Yukishima's only 19. Shit! Shit. What the fuck do I do here? Because I need all the Sephi fusions to OTK. I can only remove 2 wards with the Sephi Evo. You just have to cock dick ball it and see if we can get through. We want to do that because we want to trade. Okay, that's great. That's perfect. I think Wayfarer and Gerra. How do I want to do? I want to. I have to play one of these. Piss! I fucked up. I fucked up. Now I can't clear unless I sacrifice my OTK. I have to do it or I'm dead. I'm gonna run out of time. My only hope is that my opponent is now out of gas and doesn't have any kills left, but they can just play Skullfane. Oh, I'm fucking dead, aren't I? Yep. Ah. Okay, I don't think I can play this deck. There's too many people playing the counter to it. I can't play this deck on ladder. It just loses to Crystallize Haven most of the time. So what beats? Is this my OTK, weird OTK? Yeah, I'm gonna play my weird fucking jank OTK deck that I'll explain by playing. This is not a meta deck. This is in fact a far outside meta deck, but it's very funny. And I want to have some fun rather than just trying to play the meta and getting crushed because everyone's playing against the meta. Okay, so we want to keep Asphalt. And we want to keep Illusions of Comfort. I just realized this deck probably also lose, considering what Crystallize Haven done. I think this deck also loses to Crystallize Haven, so I possibly made a mistake. And damn, they've got Skull. I wonder if like a lot of the Crystallized Haven decks are just cutting Skullfane, because I didn't see it played at all in like either of those. Asvaldo. Tutors and Asvaldo, but that's fine. This is one of the few decks where Asvalt tutoring Asvalt is actually all okay. And Skullfaning! Okay, so what do I actually want? I'm going to silence Suzuka, that Asphalt, so that I can Asphalt again. And tutor more condemned followers, which is very important to this. This deck is built around Magachio, who wants you to give all your followers. And we're now at a point where we can indeed play 4 cards in a turn. Thing we want to keep doing all the time. So... kind of want to lower our hand size a bit at the very least. Up, up, up. And bounce it again. We have too many cards in hand, which is a frequent problem of this deck. But it's something I can't really do anything about right now. So we're going to overdraw. And there's one card I really don't want to overdraw. So hopefully we don't overdraw it. We're going to overdraw twice, actually, because this one draws a card as well. I made a mistake! Mistakes were made! Okay, they're not actually doing much either, because they don't actually... That's fine. That's less fine. We're going to play this Jill and these just because it's a card that doesn't draw us a card, and we need to not lose. But we also need to play this Asvalt. Will draw us 2 cards. Okay, Warden of Recurrence. That is a card we very much need, and I might as well play this Erosive Annihilation because I need to make space in my hand. So annoyingly, didn't hit 4 cards this turn, which actually... So whilst my opponent's doing whatever nonsense they're doing, the main crux of this deck is this Evolve effect on Magachio, which is if you've played 4 cards for 4 turns, he gives +2 and +2 and Storm to all allied condemned followers. So the idea is the deck is you want to be playing 4 cards a turn as soon as possible. Portal Craft's pretty hard to play though. I guess Puppet... Are you playing Control Portal or Puppet Portal? Fine, that's fine. We can deal with this. Can't deal with this. Okay. Geralt does very little damage. So I want to... Initiate. Rain. Starting initiate again. And then I want to turn this. Turn you into a treant. And you into an elder treant. Gets us up to 4 cards. There's another rain, and play this Elder Treant anyway. Possibly should have saved that because it costs... And then I'm just going to either one of this. Just generally make a bit of a scary board. Bonk that. Possibly should have bonked with rain rather than the Bane might have... I'm playing Cutthroat Portal. I suppose, like, that's a pretty inconsistent deck. Yeah, they're going to Skullfane us, which is going to hurt. That's fine. It's all fine. Ah, shit, I forgot about the Holy Lightning Bird. That means they full clear. Shit. I guess it wouldn't have mattered anyway. And they have... So kind of the gimmick of this deck is this guy, who whenever you play a Condemned follower or non-follower card, he gets his cost reduced by 1. And he's just a big Condemned follower. So you just kind of... I think we're fucked, though. I don't think we're going to win. We're surviving on 1 HP again, but I don't think there's any way in hell that we win another... survive another turn. But we can play a lot of cards. That we can do. But it's a little too late in a lot of ways. Yeah, there's no way we can deal with this board. Yeah, no. Lost quite handily. Yeah, this deck This deck also loses to Crystallized Haven, so I can't actually play it either. It doesn't have any good ways, any like board clears or ways to deal with large wards, because it can only deal with essentially 2 wards with Illusions of Comfort, basically. So it can't actually deal with a large board of wards. So unfortunately, let's just. Do I want to play? Yeah, let's play Armed Dragon. I think that's pretty good against Crystallized Haven. So this is, despite Dragon being a deck that has the ramp, this is a deck that runs almost no ramp cards. It doesn't even run the basic ramp cards. But yeah, Cutthroat is the condemned Highlander-ish portal deck. Is, yeah, a bit inconsistent, but still pretty good. Ooh, that's great. Like, it's pretty alright for starting out with. But this is Armed Dragoncraft, which is a very aggressive dragon archetype built around followers with the Armed trait. And what follows with the Armed trait also give you is Draconic Weapons, which is a 0 play point amulet that gives the next follower that comes into play +1, +0/+1, and the Armed trait as well. Then you have a bunch of effects that trigger when your armed follower count is when you've had 4 armed followers leave play this match. So the question is, do I want to Swiftblade Dragon Newt here? I'm going to Freya to tutor for the armed follower. Let's put us a little behind, but we've got Lance Lizard next turn, and I'd rather save Swiftblade Dragon Newt for doing pay. So like. All these cards have all the armed followers have some kind of benefit if you've had 4 armed followers leave play this match. So Swiftblade Dragon Newt deals 3 damage to an enemy follower and enemy leader. Leviathan Dragon does a lot of things. We'll get to Leviathan Dragon when I play it, because he's a fucking transformer. They're playing Portal. What the fuck? I don't think this person knows how their deck works. His Blossoming Flower Doll's fanfare she gives a puppet, last word, summon another puppet, summon another Blossoming Flower Doll. So they played a puppet, then traded it before playing the Blossoming Flower Doll, so they actually get less value, which makes no fucking sense. So I don't think this person knows what they're doing. All I know is they're a Chikawa fan. Why did they not get the Flower Doll value though? That makes no sense. Don't understand. They're killing my board, I guess. They made a lot of puppets. That much is true. I don't actually have a lot of stuff, so I do that, and then I play this Draconic Weapon so that I play Metatron that becomes a Draconic follower. So now I've got 4 Draconic followers, armed followers in play, because Draconic Weapon makes her an armed follower. So if they do clear my board again, then all my shit is active, basically. And I get to start doing a lot of damage. And I can click this golem thing, make it do things. Not as fancy and interactive as the Hearthstone boards. Okay. Starting with Orcus Fusion, as standard. Yeah, starting out is a bit hard. If you look on my... I'd say, look... Why would they... No, this person has no idea what they're doing. They're playing their cards in completely the wrong order. Because Lashena puts a card into their hand that has its cost reduced as followers are destroyed. So if you're playing a zero-cost follower... Also, that was grossly inefficient. Yeah, if you're playing any zero... So they've got 2 Orcuses in hand because they fused Orcus twice this turn, but they fused one of their Orcuses... Yeah, my opponent is just making very strange plays. Anyway, I'm going to about to do a absolutely shitload of damage to them. So this is Levitin Dragon. Levitin Dragon, when you've got your armed condition count, has a choice of 3 forms to evolve into. Also, on Fanfare, he discards a random draconic weapon from your hand to evolve for free, which is nice. But he has a choice of 3 forms. Attack form is useless. Defense form is very good for not dying. And blast form is both a fucking robot dragon cowboy and absolutely bonkers absurd, because at the end of the turn, he deals damage equal to his attack to the enemy leader's face. So if we say... Actually, no, we're not going to do that. Yeah, Levitin Dragon is insanely good. So is that random? So we need to... Actually, we might as well save HP on the Levitin Dragon by doing it this way. And then we do that. And then he goes boom! But if you want an... This is a fairly simple and easy deck to play that will get you pretty far. Is that I have no idea what my opponent's doing. They're playing Puppets Portal very badly, basically. My only current problem is I don't have a follow-up. But also, they're playing very badly as well, because that's not going to kill the Levitin Dragon, which means they'll... Well, yep, they'll have to trade their board. So... And they went, I guess New Prayer makes sense, they were taking a lot of damage. And the problem is, I am now out of gas. So I'm just going to play these Bad of Cathars for card draw at this point, because we need literally anything. Okay, that's good. We'll save that for next turn. But we're in a bit of a pickle. Okay, so we've got a lot of damage in hand. Because that has gains +2/+2 and Storm. But yeah, we might end up losing just because we ran completely out of gas, even though our opponent definitely is playing really, really badly. And again, that was also a really weird play. Lloyd stops 2... Okay, we got another Levitin Dragon. Never mind, we win. Doesn't even matter. So yeah, we just... Levitin Dragon. Keep in mind, evolving into Blast form also recovers 2 play points, for some reason. And then we can play Dragon Breeder to give him +1/+1 and draw a card. So he can kill Lloyd. And then we can Swiftblade Dragon Newt to deal 3 damage to that and 1 damage to, and 3 damage to their face. And then Hammer Dragon Newt to deal another 3 damage. Victory is ours! Yeah, not entirely sure what my opponent was doing. They were playing super inefficiently. Like, I kind of want to play Puppet Portal now, even though it's probably a bad idea. It's because... Actually, do I have a Puppet Portal? Let's check how up-to-date my Puppet Portal deck is. My Puppet Portal deck is, in fact, up-to-date. It's even got 3 copies of Kaisriel. Excellent. Does it have... No, I'm not running... Oh, no, I'm going to edit this slightly. I think Robopup is not useful version of the deck. Get you out of here. 3 Amulet Portal. No. Is... Or did it rotate out? There's, It's Sacred... Divine Sacred Traitors rotated out. Did I forget? Am I going mad? Portal, rotation, legendary. Fake cards just... Oh no, it is. It's a spell, not an amulet. It's mine. Summon Divine Treasure. I'll have 2 of those. We'll play Puppet Portal. It's because that opponent played Puppet Portal, but really badly, and it made me feel sad. So hopefully I can demonstrate how to play that deck properly. But yeah, Highlander Portal is, like, Cutthroat Portal is very inconsistent, but might get a bit more consistent next time. It's not a deck I would recommend to beginners. As I said, current meta decks I would recommend to beginners is either, Test Subject Rune or, and keep these 2. Yeah, either Test Subject Rune or words, brain, work, please. Or Armed Dragon. Those are like the easiest like decks that survive decently well in the meta right now, I think. Water, I'm getting thirsty. Okay, so they're playing some form of Ramp Dragon. I don't really have many good plays. It's not worth playing Inauspicious Pocketeer on an empty board. So unfortunately, very little to play here because they might just... so they're just ramping. Okay, Kasim's pretty... Like, do I want to get my... No, I think I want to save Lashana. So let's Kasim... I think there's none of... Let's Kasim Inauspicious Puppeteer. This might be a terrible idea. See what we get. We don't see what we get. We don't get anything, but... I don't think it's going to be particularly useful. Ooh, Absolute Chastity. That's a pretty good pickup to get. Help us refresh our hand when the time comes. And they're on 6 play points already. I guess they've played 2 ramp. That makes sense. So yeah, this is a Control Dragon deck. Is a bit iffy for us because we're not going to have a lot to deal with. At least it didn't hit Kasim with that. Okay, they're going to kill us off because they got... It's a lot of ramp. A lot of ramp makes me very scared. We do have... Our turn... Kind of, like, yeah, we can't really put that much pressure on them. This really sucks. It's not really worth using Lashana until I've got the follower count. I get all 3 cards in this matchup. I should have played Puppets Assemble so that I had enough to fuse the Orcus, but then again, the Orcus isn't really useful. Why did we have to play against this deck? Why do you put me against fucking Ramp Control Dragon in a deck that really doesn't want to play against Control Dragon? This is really bad. Oh, that's nasty! They get to ramp even more. They're already at 10 play points. What the actual fuck? Fuck my life. Okay. Kind of have to do this. This sucks incredibly hard. That's pretty... So... And we fuse the other one onto this Orcus. This. And then we just play this one. So, at the very least, we've got our Orcus set up, we've got a new destruction ready, and we've got an Absolute Chastity pretty well set up. So, problem is, they're already at 10 play points. And full Evo points. I think we're a bit screwed. I don't see how we can kill them before we just get bar hard. Unless I draw the ultimate anti-control tech. That is everyone's favorite. Wait, shit, do I still have Wielder of the Cosmos in this deck? That would be the big problem. I need to have Wielder of the Cosmos in the deck to actually beat Baha. Well, that's just rude. Extremely rude. What's the... Interesting decision to Evo. I guess, oh, they wanted to get the Bad Abkatha set up. Very rude indeed. We need to get her up to 3. We might as well bonk off that and get this free Evo. Just let Lloyd tangle up that villainy. I hope I didn't take out... If they Baha this turn, we're in a really bad spot because then we can't play Absolute Chastity because it'll deck us. So maybe I should have played that last turn. Maybe this was a mistake. Please don't Baha me this turn. Please don't play... Okay, that's fine. That's fine. Okay, that's fine, that's fine. Everything is fine and good. They're just healing and drawing a lot. They are not doing Baha nonsense this turn. Oh no, maybe they are. 47, shit, they're gonna Baha this turn. I can't play this Absolute Chastity, I'm gonna die. Yep, that's Baha. So, Baha, when invoked, reduces your opponent's deck to now, I can stop myself from dying here. Just about. I play Craftsman's Pride. Some puppets. Fits me 4, so this only deals 3. And I don't deck myself out. Neither of those are the one card I need to survive here. But I can delay my inevitable death. You. Play this to get some more damage in. Like, Evo on that doesn't matter, so let Lloyd tie those two up. Now, of the 2 cards left in my deck, there might be one that wins me the game here. That sucks. That also sucks. Can I draw the one card that wins me the game here? Do I still have it in my deck? The answer is no. No, I cannot. There's no point playing this out anymore. We can't beat Control Dragon. We don't have enough burst damage to kill them. And also, they just don't play your board, so we can't actually deal with our stuff. Can I should have checked my... Hang on. Cancel queue. I want to check. Do I even... Preview deck. Yeah, I do. Okay, I do have Wielder of the Cosmos in the deck. Like, that is our only way to... like, not die to Control Dragon. But we did not draw the one card we needed. So, whilst kind of like going through, I'll kind of explain what that is. Wielder of the Cosmos is basically a card that when you draw it, it assigns itself a random cost from 1 to 10. When you play it, it does a random amount of bullshit depending on not Ikai's real opening hand. It does a random selection of bullshit depending on how much it costs. Basically, it does an effect. It has a big list of effects to play to occur, and it does one of them at random for each play point it costs. On Evo, it banishes 10 cards in your deck, and then puts 10 Wielder of the Cosmoses in your deck. Ultimate Bahamut, when it's invoked, because it gets invoked when you've played 10 play points in the course of... Not 10 play points, 50 play points over the course of the game. So... where you've played 50, if you've played 50 play points in a total of the match, then it invokes, in which case he mills your opponent's deck down to 5 cards. Mill, if you're not familiar with the term from Magic the Gathering, is when you just destroy cards from the opponent's deck. That's a Tempo Julius. I, however, don't actually have any good options, so... might as well board going. But we do have Absolute Chastity. We'll be able to refill later. Builds down to 5. If you have... So, how Wielder of the Cosmos works is, even if you have less than 10 cards... Thank you for the follow, Oscape. Welcome in. Even if you have less than 10 cards in your deck, he's still going to put 10 Wielder of the Cosmoses in your deck. So... If Ultimate Baja when Ultimate Baja reduces you down to 5, and then you play a Wielder of the Cosmos and evolve it, your deck is now 10 Wielder of the Cosmoses. This means, of course, that you just constantly because Wielder of the Cosmos can indeed draw cards. He, you just constantly draw Wielder of the Cosmoses and constantly do just loads of bullshit that your opponent can't possibly deal with because it just ends up being an insane amount of value. That is a sad Howling Demon, because they definitely weren't in Wrath. They're still going face though. I guess they can do that. You can do that. But anyway, we might be low on cards, but we can simply... Yeah, I'm going to save that for 7. This is a bit inefficient, but it's basically turning this into another card for the Absolute Chastities. Wish I could make it to 0, but whatever. Absolute Chastity's like cost gets reduced whenever an allied follower is destroyed, and when you evolve it, it draws up to 7 cards in hand. So here it draws 5, which is very good. So there's Wielder of the Cosmos. This one has become a 10 cost, which I actually really do not want. This game is not going to last that long. So get the fuck out of here. And do I want to play a Blossoming Flower Doll? No, I think I might as well wait for it to get more value. That is a card in your deck. In Wrath Blood, for some reason. Why are you running a... Interesting. In that case, I'm just going to play Kaisriel. Because Kaisriel is a silly card. 1, he is a 5/5 Storm for 7. 2, he summons 2 Warden of the Triggers, who, when they are summoned by an effect, destroy a random enemy follower. And at the end of my turn, restore 1 defense to my leader and draw a card. And 3, at the end of my turn, he deals +2/+2 in ward to all other allied Machina followers. Wardens of the Triggers are Machina followers. Unfortunately, I cannot kill it yet. So he blows up 2 random followers, makes 2 5/5 wards, and heals you for 2, draws 2 cards. He just does a lot of things. And it's like he has no synergy with the rest of the deck. He's just really powerful, and every Portal deck runs him. Except even, maybe not, Actually, no, Condemned Highlighter does run him because he's also a Condemned card, so you can run 3 of them, even though he doesn't synergize with it in any other way because he doesn't have, So, like, they get to clear my board, but I get to probably... Pretty sure I get to kill them next turn with this Orcus. Yeah, you can clear with, Vania. There's a lot of ways for them to clear. Because they can... He just needs to play the... Because he's got the Gemeral effect. Oh yeah, the new Flower spell is pretty good. Also, hello, Lumi Story. Lovely to see you as always. But yeah, the Flower spell is pretty spicy. Okay, but they're playing defensively. Just fine by me. Interesting. Okay, can I kill? Don't think I can kill. For Kaisriel's 2. Orcus is... I think I might just... Like, I really want to... Orcus is 6. Thing is, if I had puppets fused to Orcus I could kill. That's really annoying. But I don't, so I can't? I'm pretty sure, yeah, if I had any more puppets in hand, I could kill. That's really annoying. Yeah, so I'll have to wait until next, and I think I'm just going to... Yeah, this is annoying. I'm going to try and hedge my bets. I'm going to shield Transgression just to try and not die and touch some more damage. Possibly not the play I wanted, but... It just saves me from any kind of, like... That's fine. I probably should have done something to clear out some space in my hand. Hopefully Shield Transgression stops me from dying. Hopefully. Yeah. It saves me from Gareth, thank you for the raids on Danny. Hello, Catchroom. Hello, Danny. I'll give you a quick shout out. Hey, you were playing Yakuza. How was that going? Okay, so they have put out a fucking... Oh, hey, it's Caden. I wonder where he came from. Okay, how the fuck do I get through this? Yeah, Yakuza is super fun. I want to give it a try. Right, so I definitely need to... I need to make some space in my board, actually. Wait, Caden, were you also in Danny's stream whilst you were in my stream and thusly raided into me whilst still being in my stream? Yeah, I think I need to play Chastity. Might as well, yeah. Chastity, get rid of the big thing. Running out of time. Might as well. Okay, I'm just doing this, and then... Chastity would have drawn a card, so probably would have been the better choice, actually, but I'm panicking. But yes, welcome. Let's see, whilst... Oh, they're giving up. Good. Shout out. Danny, that's not underscore. There we go. It is welcome in. For anyone who doesn't know me, I'm Kurosami. I'm a bunny VTuber from the UK. I play a lot of games. I play Shadowverse every Sunday. So if you like digital card games, then this. And I am cute, thank you. As you can see, it's in my tags. It says very cute. But yeah, I just play a lot of games, and I've got a bunch of stuff. I'm actually probably going to stop soon, but since you're rated, I'll play another match. I think I will... Oh, thank you! Let's play Crystallize just because I want to play as Riamu. Like, I know it'll probably land us in the Crystallize Haven mirror, which kind of sucks, but I just want to play Riamu. Again, I don't actually... I'm a massive Idolmaster secondary, but... Like, I know enough. I know enough people who aren't Idolmaster secondaries. As Caden does. I'd never know how to respond to it. Okay, we don't need 2 Holy Lightning Birds, I think. Oh dear, what is going on here? We're getting two Holy Lightning Birds anyway. Assuming this is test subject rune, I'll play the Holy Lightning Bird on one. But yeah, I just play a lot of different games. Oh no, they're getting competitive. As I get card draws now. I'm ending up. God damn, it's gonna be a harem enemy soon. Ah shit, their spell boost. This is unfortunate. That's why I didn't commit to Holy Lightning Birds and instead committed more card draw. Very important. This is kind of awkward, but we have nothing better to do. So, this is not a great start. Does Jan draw a card on Evo? No, she does not. She only draws a card on Fanfare. I really do need Skullfane. I need literally anything. This hand sucks so much. Wow, shit. Of course, this deck is also really outdated. But I can do this. It's honestly not great, but it does something. Maybe should have traded. Wrong game, Melee. Wrong game. Oh, Jesus Christ, Danny! Thank you for the 5 gift subs. Oh, this. Now I have to play Spooky's Jump Scare Mansion. Oh my god, my draws are so garbage. What is this? I'm just playing that because it draws cards. Not a good idea to play anything else. This is... Okay, I'll draw a bunch of cards next turn at least, so hopefully things can happen. I do have to play the horror game. Yeah, unfortunately, the Crystallize isn't tier 2 because it only beats Test Subject Rune and no other deck. If that, even. Okay, good. We're actually getting somewhere now. Okay, what's the... Yeah, it's bricks, 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 bricks. Okay, we can do this. This. And then set up 2 Magus Jesters. And pray. Possibly going a bit hard. I literally do not... I realize this doesn't actually do anything because it doesn't have ward. Oh, and even Caden's on it. Jesus Christ.
Aiden VT gifted a tier 1 sub to Ash Claim. They have given 14 gift subs in the channel.
XK
Aiden VT gifted a tier 1 sub to Lumi
What
Story.
the fuck is going on?
They have given 15 gift subs in the channel.
I think I'm screwed. I'm screwed in the game, but... Oh, what the fuck? What the fuck is wrong with you people? I'm throwing this game so hard, but fuck me. Can I top deck?
I'll pitch my $1, I guess.
I fucked myself over here. Never mind. Leave it. Okay. So I need to. Oh Jesus! I'm getting. I'm going to cry. Oh my god! Jesus Christ, Daddy! What the fuck? Oh my god! Oh my god! Stop! Oh, don't. Oh. God, I can't. Hayden, no! What the fuck? Please, for the love of stop! Oh god! I honestly don't know what to say. That's insane. What the fuck is wrong with you people? Thank you. Thank you so much. Yes, I am in fact cute. Kind of you to notice and give me so much fucking money. Oh my god. Oh. I just went from 11 subs to 42. Jesus Christ! No, stop! 62. Oh god. Oh, that really is something. What the fuck? I have. Thank you for the follow, Cashew. This. You can't just throw a large pile of money at me and then ask me to make out. That's unfair. That's cruel. How can I say no? Especially. Oh god. I'm too shy, Daddy. I'm too shy. I don't know what the fuck to do. You've just dumped. Okay, it's over. One side ran out of money. Oh my god, I am actually crying. Thank you so much. Oh. Let's not be in the defeat screen. Actually, no, Ryamu's face kind of is the other half of my emotions. I'm like grinning from ear to ear, but I'm also just like, what the fuck? What the fuck? I did win. I lost the game, but I won
in a certain way, JJY
so much more. Yeah, someone please clip this. Someone clip this. I think it's definitely a clip-worthy moment. Oh my god. No, Kaden, you don't have to worry about love in pure monetary devotion. I still love you both. I love you all. I have to get a shitload more emotes now. Of course I love you, Millie. You're my longest-standing friend. You don't have, and I know you're also really can't afford to, but now you have a gift sub. You get all the things. Yeah. I'll have to see, obviously, because I don't want to go too crazy, because otherwise I'm spending all the money you just gave me on emotes as well. So I have to have a look. So probably there'll be a lot of filler emotes, but I'll slowly get them. And yeah. Oh my god, thank you so much. It's not over. Thank you, Lumi Story. Thank you for the 2 gift subs. Look, if I don't even get that many, like so many of these people don't even watch. But yeah, thank you so much. It is killing me with kindness more. No, don't encourage them, Millie. Don't. No, you're going to make them do it. That is. Oh. Oh, where's my blush? Where's my blush? There's a blush. Oh, okay, sure, Daddy, whatever you are. You are very cute, Danny. I can't do a subathon. Just no stuff. I got a schedule planned, and now I have to fucking. Kaden, no, you have bills to pay. But we've hit the nice number. We've hit the nice number. Mwah. 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 Oh. Well, now I have to pay, like... Oh, God, I did not imagine this would happen. Like, I was, like, happy coasting on... Yeah, I have to do some... What the fuck do I do for a 69 sub celebration stream? I'll have to think about this. I have a schedule planned that had a fun thing planned for Saturday morning, but I might have to change it all now. There's only so much I can do, really. As I've said before, I'm really shy on stream. I mean, I wish that was enough money for a new model. Sadly, 69 subs is still not enough for a new model. It's a lot of money, but it is sadly not enough. And plus, I have to wait until the fucking, Yeah, I know. Please do not gift me enough to reach a model. That's literally... For a new model, that's literally over like £1,000. Don't. Do not. Do not bankrupt yourself. Also, don't do it via fucking Twitch subs, because then half of that money goes to fucking Twitch. and it's really inefficient. You're going to donate me shitloads of money. Hello, Cards of Play. Enjoy your brought here by the random gift sub. Yeah, whilst I appreciate the gift subs and I appreciate it's like the main reward way to give it, it is one of the least efficient ways to give me money. Yeah, I guess it's like, it's good for summers, but yes, hello, Cards of Play. If you hadn't been watching my streams before, I'm Kurosami, I'm a digital rabbit VTuber, and I'm having a fucking panic attack. Because my two simps decided, oh, you're one of my Final Fantasy nerds who followed me ages ago, clearly, because I asked you to. Which one? That doesn't narrow it fucking down, does it? This is okay. Millie is here, Jana's here somewhere as well. Bring the people. Yeah, I was like, I mean, that does work to bring people into stream when random people go, why do I get to switch a gift sub to this person? I might as well have a look at the stream, I guess, now that I hadn't been following before. But Kuzi. Lovely to see you. Lovely to see you. But yeah, like, I don't want to end the stream now. I just want to... Let's move to the chat stream. Chat screen. So I can properly thank you. I'll leave Shadowverse. Shadowverse is done. We've had enough looking at Riamu. It's just a chatting stream now. I don't have the... It's definitely it's just a... Zatsu was... Because there's no point me going... Yeah, I think a lot of people got a bunch of fucking pings. Okay. Get bouncy for the thing. Of course, smooth. Sorry for that one. Sorry if that sounded really awful on the mic. I did smooch the mic full on. Oh god, I feel so embarrassed doing that. Oh my god, let's go. No, I want both of those on. That's how fucking insane I'm feeling. Like, oh my god. Oh, that's Sasuke. Is that Sasuke? Oh god. What the fuck do I do? I'm not gonna be able to fucking... Okay, Danny gets his mic eating smooch as well. He said I probably should have just either. Oh fuck! I licked the pop filter, and it was really gross. It's a bit earwaxy. I'd say a bit, like, definitely not like Switch cartridge bit. It is just it's just cheap and dusty. No, I'm not going on Fansly or OnlyFans. Oh. I might get... Yeah, I won't... That's the last time I'll do that again. At least I've got an idea. I've got a... Yeah, let's do a song. That's a very good idea. Let's see if I can calm myself down for a karaoke. Any requests? Preferably something I know. Okay, where's the fucking microphone? There's the microphone. Let's just do a celebratory quick karaoke for tonight. And I might do a proper one Yeah, no, unfortunately, Millie, unless they're like really easy stuff that I like, the only mecha theme I really know is the. I'm not singing Never Gonna Give You Up, Danny. Sorry. I have standards. I don't care how much you sub me, I'm not singing Never Gonna Give You Up. It is a good song, but the memes ruined it. I want to sing a good song, even if I do butcher it slightly. Anyway, turn on the... Okay. I'll be this... I could... I do... Like, I haven't sung... It's like, which of the Devil May Cry themes would be... I could try Bury the Lie or something Persona. Oh, is it a really long... I don't think I've actually listened to the full length of Bury the Light. Like, I know the general gist of the songs. I know the general gist of the other Devil May Cry songs. Okay, yeah, I'm not singing Bury the Light. That's too long. Okay. There is a song I really want to sing, but it's really fucking... Let me just double check. Do. Long version. It does have a full version, so soul phrase. I'm gonna sing. No, I've soul phrase. I spelled karaoke wrong, but hopefully that'll work. Does not have... No, unfortunately, no one has karaoke version. Yeah, I'm disregarding democracy, sorry. I've got a song I want to sing. Okay, so I won't have to do it. I'll just have to do it, thing. So, shush you, BGM. Browser audio. Browser audio on. And I guess I'll just try and sing along with it. I'm not, like, I do want to sing Treasure Box one day, but I'm not, I need to practice, I do need to practice my, so this will be a little bit of practice, because it is, it does indeed have some Japanese lyrics, as far as I remember. It's actually been a while since I know the song, but I'm pretty sure once I start hearing it, I'll hear it in English. Yeah, I'm Your Treasure Box by, Hosho Marine. You weren't aware. It's a song I do want to be able to sing one day, but I need to do practice on singing Japanese songs. It is a very spicy song, but it's a very fun song. And Hosho Marine is one of my big, But anyway. Let's see how this goes. Wait, I need to turn the reverb on now. Believe, the strongly, that tomorrow never falls away. Tsukabir Hirishita, it awaits, it still carries on through its own ways. Oh wait, the browser's muted. Hi. Okay, let's try that again. Also going to lower it down because I don't want the losses. Believe so strongly, tomorrow never falls away. Tsukabiru Kishita. It still awaits, still carries on through its old ways, till this moment of time. Anotoki washita, kaboto wa ga naibite, sasayai kayakanai. There is no more darkness, no more tears in the rain, no one hurt. Guide me an endless song as I feel so alive. Because esu so phrase. Write me an endless song as I feel so alive. Watari kuyami no saki e. Hey JJ, thank you for the raid! Caught us at a great time! I'm going fucking mad! I remember it so clearly as if I got up today. Yamahino Tibishita. Milk will fail, I'll never forget, but even if it hurts, until far off that day. It's getting part of the song that isn't in the actual game opening, so I'm forgetting half the lyrics. Gotta die. There is no way to tears anymore, feel sorrow, no longer look back. Write me an endless song as I feel so alive. The yellow soul praise. Write me an endless song as I feel so alive. Nandino dasuni yamisaki e. Fucking this up. Write me an endless song as I feel so alive. It's got soul phrase. Write me an endless song as I feel so alive. Kakari mi no saki e an endless song as I feel so alive. Because you're so fresh. Now write me an endless song as I feel so alive. No saki e. This is a mistake. I fucking butchered that. But I don't care. It's not really hurting my voice as much as I'm going fucking mad and I've been laughing and crying for the past half an hour, so it's just not it's just not really hurting my throat, but it's just getting a bit phlegmy. More than anything. Okay, let's turn the reverb off for a bit. Thank you very much. Thank you for all the headbands. Run out of tears, Danny. No more tears to shed. I fucking love Persona 3 Portable. I still haven't bought the remaster because I just don't see it worth it to play it again on PC. I played it more than enough on the PSP and then on the Vita. I use a plugin called Tal Reverb. It's a very simple little plugin that adds decent reverb into a thing. You just put it in and then you add it as you install it to OBS and then add it as a filter onto your audio source. I'm guessing you can probably get it for Streamlabs as well. I'd assume. But I use OBS because I like fiddling with technical stuff and using plugins and all that stuff because I'm a nerd. I don't. There's so many useful things you can do with plugins. I don't. It's another one of your weird games that you know, Millie, that I've never heard of. I've never heard of Skygo. Was it also sung by Shuhei Kita? Perhaps. Okay. So hello, Zonzuki. The first time chat. Enjoying the gift sub from the man. So yeah, so for the Raiders from JJ's stream. Hello. I am Kurosami. I am a digital rabbit VTuber. I just play a lot of games and I sing occasionally. This was a very unprompted sing. I was very much not prepared. I had not practiced that song at all, but I was feeling really good and wanted to sing the opening from one of my favorite games of all time, which is Persona 3 Portable. I am also just going a bit mad because 2 of my followers decided to end up in a simping war, and I went from like 10 subs to 69. Nice. So, wondering why I'm going a bit mad. That's why. Because Jesus Christ. Like, I do kind of want to sing another song, but I don't. It is a Sunday night, and I don't really want... Yep, Danny and Caden, my 2 loyalist simps, egged on by my oldest friend, Archclane, also known as Millie. And also Lumi Story, who is also a lovely person, helped out as well. Well, we would have to see how much this like translates to into actual money, because I have no idea how much. Like, it's always a bit weird how much subs and bits transfer over to, but at least I don't have to. I probably don't have to worry. Also, take a fucking while before Yeah, depending on how much, I might get a little extra surprise. It's a little give something a little back for all you've done. But yeah, I just had a pizza, and I don't want to have like a takeaway pizza because they're ludicrously expensive and make me feel violently ill. I mean, sure, if you want a pizza instead of gift subs, Danny, I could just open up a throne and I'll give you like a Grubhub voucher or whatever. Fucking DoorDash, Domino's, whatever voucher. Actually, no, don't you bring up a Throne. I can't use Throne because Throne requires PayPal, I think. If I can give you money through Throne, but I'll just come into you. Next time I catch you on the stream, I'll probably just throw some gift subs on your way. But I will have to wait a bit because I obviously have to wait for... I can't buy everyone pizza because I can't, like... Yeah, I tried getting a Throne, but trying to get anything sorted for the UK is a real pain in the ass because a lot of the Throne like gift stores are imports and they don't cover shipping tax or any kind of shipping costs. So whilst it would still be pretty good value if I got, say, a plastic model kit funded by fans on Throne, I mean, not wrong, but I'd still have to pay like £10-20 shipping for the stuff I want because the Raymond Girls kits I want come in big cardboard boxes that are bigger than like usual Gunpla stuff. And even then, Gunpla is still like a £10 shipping, and that's like almost half the cost of a high grade kit anyway, which is rip off. Wanting to use plastic models and make plastic model kits and living in the UK is a massive fucking pain, let me tell you. Unless you live in like the middle of London, where they actually might have shops that sell kits. But anyway, yeah. I might set it up, because I think I might want to try. If I do get a if I do get in a position where I could like, as long as I can cover the shipping costs, I would definitely make a Plummo kit stream. So I'm saying Plummo instead of a Gunpla because I generally prefer the kits I prefer are the Fremon Girls kits because I like cute girls. That's it. So those are the kits I've bought up till now. I haven't bought any. I do like Gundam Witch of Mercury, so I might buy some stuff from that. But like that's so popular these days. It's all the like the aerial kits are sold out. So I'll have to see about that once things have died down a bit. But yeah, if I get something like that, it's something that gets funded through Throne, then I would try and do a stream of it because I think I can sort out my desk to fairly easily do a hand cam stream. Yeah, that's the other thing. I have to kind of like be ready for when the second wave hits. Like I think I might be able to get the aerial rebuild kit, but I kind of just want the OG Lifrith kit. I also kind of want the models that the mild spoiler alert the Earthian girls use because I like them as well. But yes, lots of but there's a bunch of like Fremon Girls kits I want as well. So as I said, I'll probably be in a pretty comfy spot once all these subs get processed in. I think it might be a while because I think the Twitch payout period was like the 10th. So it's like the 10th or the 12th, so I might have to wait a bit. Twitch is very weird about when it actually pays me money. I mean, it actually knows that I've been paid money, so we'll see. We'll see when I get the money. Yeah, it takes a while. And I think I think they do it at different. I don't know if they do it like all at the same time for everyone, or if they do it different times to different people. If they just like process them in a rolling manner or whatever. But I can definitely expect a decent payout on the next one. Yeah. But yeah, so there's a lot of things I want to do. And like there's a lot of things now I can do. Like I've got I'll have to see how much fucking emote slots I just unlocked from all those subs. I'll have to I'll definitely have to like make some quick screenshot ones and then probably look at the people who do like emote pack commissions to like the question is, do I want to fill them out slowly with the usual like slow but high quality stuff I get from like F Snow or commission if I commission someone else that is rapidly like no offense, but that is rapidly going to deplete the money I just got. I don't have enough because like a high-end singular emote commission runs you like $30 an emote. And obviously it's a good investment, but I'm not that financially stable to just like drop like $100 on, even with all, because this is probably, 60 subs, I get probably like £2 a sub-ish, if that. About £100. Pretty good. Money will probably go towards a new graphics card, probably, mainly. I'll probably just stick with what I have, and I'll see. I'll have to think. I said I'll have to sleep on it. I'll have to think about it, but currently I am way too fucking buzzed to sleep, so I'm going to keep talking. I do kind of want to sing another song, but I don't want to get a noise complaint from the neighbors for singing at midnight. Well, close enough to midnight. So I'm gonna err on the side of caution. But I might schedule a singing stream for the week. But I've got like the question is I don't want to set up too much for this week because I've actually got a bunch of busy IRL stuff going on. But I might see you at the weekend because what I was planning to do, what I was going to announce, and what I was planning to do on next Saturday morning, is I was going to play Mahjong using Mahjong Soul. That's just a client for everyone to use. And I was going to just not necessarily just do it as strictly a collab, but if people wanted to drop in like either in voice as a collab or just in the game on their own quietly, that's what I wanted to have open. So I'd like, so once I put, so I'll like, when I put the schedule up, I'll say if people are going to be around at this time on Saturday morning, my GMT, just give me a thing, give me a shout out, and I'll pop you in a Discord server so that we can do easy voice calls that are easy to drop in and drop out of. Or it could just be done by Discord voice call. I'll have to give a bunch of people, like, I think Caden's the only person, the only one of my Sims who has my Discord at the moment, but obviously I'll hand it out to people in needs. Because yeah, I've just seen a lot of people playing Mahjong, and I remember, like, I can't play Mahjong much on my own. I don't like playing it in silence. Like, I'm probably, like, reasonably able to play Mahjong. Like, I've played it, like, on and off for quite a while now. So, I know how to play. I know how to form a hand. I don't really know how to, like... So I can just, like, keep playing until I know how to, like... I know how to... Basically, I know how to form a hand that scores points and look at the wall and kind of judge what other people are building in a kind of very vague sense, and the rest is just experience, which I don't have a lot of. I've only played it very occasionally. Because as I said, the main thing that stops me from playing Mahjong is I don't like playing it on my own. Like, I know you can't play it on your own unless you're playing against a computer, but I don't like playing against random people on the internet. I want to play against people I can talk to, people I can chat with. It's a great game for chatting with people, because I used to play... I have a physical kit of a physical set of Mahjong. But I haven't used it in years and years and years. I did plan like I was gonna do a in-person Lancer campaign with friends, that and like I was thinking, I can just get like a washable hex mat, and I can use Mahjong pieces as instead of minis, because that'll just look neat, and Mahjong pieces are fun to play around with. Don't have to. And it's like you've got a wide array of. You do have to read. Sadly, Danny, you do have to read. Yeah, say words to psych out with. I'm not good at psyching people out. I just like I just like chatting. Also, welcome, Con Slippy. But I think I'm gonna have to get. This is going to be everyone who shows up in chat is going to have a fucking is going to be a sub. Now I need to make I need to make custom sub badges now. I really should have done that a while ago. Yeah, that's the thing about people who play Yakuza game. They're like, I'll play the Mahjong sub game, and then they have spent months and months. Yeah, I can probably make it, because I've got an idea. Now I have to start thinking like a proper VTuber now, because like that's a lot of people. I have to think of a fucking think of an art tag. I have to think of a fan name. God, so much you've burdened me with, but also you've burdened me with so much money, so I can't complain. Suffering from success indeed. But yeah, so I'll probably be sorting a lot of that out this week, and I probably, like I said, the big busy thing I have to do this week IRL is on Tuesday, but once that's done, I'm fairly free, so hopefully after that I can start doing a bunch more stuff. And like start getting everything sorted. So give me like to not like Monday to process everything. Oh my god. But thank you so much. I'm like, there's a genuine Oh yeah, the manga you're doing a little quick translation of, Millie. Forgotten about that. Yeah. Feels like it's been such 4 hours ago. Feels like so long ago. And I'm not entirely sure I can. I mean, I know. I think I know you dead enough as you'd probably be. But yeah, I'll have to take some time to process anything. And then any kind of like stuff like emotes and stuff will have to take a while. Any kind of like stuff I will have to do will actually take a while. Partially because again I have to wait for Twitch's payment to process. But I've got at least one emote coming up anyway. I've got one I already planned that was already coming along. I just have to wait for the usual thing. Another one from F Snow. But oh. Okay, I think I'm getting tired now. I think I've worn myself out. So I think as much as I want to keep talking and keep saying thank you so much, I think I do have to call it a day. Turn off the browser source because now let us see. Yeah, like I don't mind people talking about spicy things in chat, Millie, but it's like I also don't want to get in trouble with Twitch, so play it a bit safe. Right, whomst. After all that, I have to fucking raid someone now. Who the fuck do I raid? Always raiding, always raiding. Oh, there's so many lovely people to raid. Can't fucking... I can't raid everyone, it only lets me raid one person. I'll go with my usual thing where I'll just raid who I want to actually watch for now, because that just makes me feel better. So let's raid Luffy because they're lovely and they've been hanging out in chat for a while. And they're playing Metroid Dread, so I want to watch. As long as they aren't about to finish. They're also... Damn it! I can't raid them, they've just ended the stream. Shit. Too late! Oh no. I was like the microphone. Okay, who's the second choice? Let's raid you. It's never end indeed. You're still going. You're also going, let's raid Lily, who's playing Wizardry 6 rather. Eat salmon. Let's watch a cute bear tomboy girl play a very, very old RPG where you have to draw your own fucking map. Yeah, okay. So remember, be polite. I don't have a raid message or anything, but yeah, this is even precursor to this is Wizardry 6 because Lee is insane. Just thank you so much for coming along. I'll put up the fucking schedule in a second, even though I might change it. I'll probably keep the schedule this. I think I might save any celebrations for the next week just because how much time it'll take me to prep anything. But thank you so much for all the subs and all the bits and all the follows and all the raids. I'm gonna go fucking go and scream into a corner. Bye.